Hello, this is Rick Morrig, just testing the sound. Test, one, two, three, test. Hey guys, have a good dinner.
Councilmember Morg, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tammy.
Councilmember Morg, we're going to do a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I might need to get a
Hello. Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Councilmember Morg, we're going to do a sound check number 2.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Barely hear him. Can you kind of hear something coming
Hear a
through?
little bit.
Not much.
Tammy, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Let me just keep talking, Councilmember Morg. Let me just get you a little louder.
Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. It's wonderful here in Hilton Head Island.
Bernadette, just a little more.
Want me to keep talking?
Bear with me, Councilmember Morg. We're just going to try and get your volume up in the chambers.
Okay, thank you.
I hear you. You're just very far away.
Okay. And I am far away.
Executive session tonight. It should be through the Zoom, though.
Tell me if you need me to test again, Tammy.
And he's turned up both. Let's get on the phone with Mr. Morg. You got to help me with these. I can't.
Tammy, can you hear me?
Councilmember Morg, one more test, please.
Tammy?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me now, Tammy? Tammy, can you hear me now? Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Thank you, everyone in the audience. We're going to give it a couple more minutes to get Councilmember Morg on, and then we'll start.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Okay, what about now, Tammy?
I can barely hear you, Councilmember Morg. I'm going to try and see if I can, just one more remedy. If not, we may have to.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got volume up all the way on my phone.
I'll just go through my phone. Let me try through my.
have to. Probably us, not him. But I don't know what to do because we got. It would be, can he hear us okay?
You can hear us.
If he can hear us okay, it's worth a shot. You'd have to sit there and hold that one. Hold it right up to thing. It's worth a shot.
Okay, let me call him and tell him.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, good evening. Thank you for everyone's patience. I would like to call Captain Barstow to deliver tonight's invocation.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are truly humbled by your blessings and are thankful for all that you have given us to us as individuals and as a community. We ask for your presence here tonight so that we may work together for the betterment of the city and its residents. Please keep us mindful of the views, beliefs, and positions of all, and allow us to apply wisdom and grace as we speak and listen to all that is discussed. Let us be true servants and stewards of the community and allow your light to shine through us in our actions. It is in your most blessed name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, June 19th, 2023 to order. The city strongly recommends that you review tonight's agenda carefully, and if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda, then please bring your comment cards to the clerk as soon as possible. While the Milton rules allow a speaker to turn in their comment card up until the clerk calls the agenda item, once the agenda item is called, no more comment cards can be accepted. Will the city clerk please call the roll and make general announcements?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the June 19th, 2023 regular city council meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to make a public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card prior to speaking on the item. All speakers will identify themselves with name, address, and organization before beginning their comment. If you are representing an organization, an affidavit is required stating you have the authority to speak on behalf of that organization. Please review tonight's agenda, and if you would like to make a comment, please bring your comment cards to me now. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outburst, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Peyton Jamison.
Here.
Councilmember Andrea Veerhoff.
Here.
Councilmember Paul Moore.
Here.
Councilmember Juliette Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Carol Kirkley.
Here.
Councilmember Jan Jacobus.
Here.
And Councilmember Rick Morrig is joining us via Zoom. And I appreciate you being patient with us. Councilmember Morrig, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay, next is the approval of the meeting agenda. I do have one request that we amend tonight's agenda by moving new business agenda item number 23-156 to immediately follow the consent agenda. And I would like to add an executive session to discuss land acquisition, personnel, and potential litigation. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept your agenda adjustments and approve as requested.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve the meeting agenda as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, next is general public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
For general public comment, we do, Mayor.
Okay. The next item is general public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Please remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record. You will have 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda, and if you wish to speak, please bring your comment cards to the city clerk right now. If the clerk will please call the first speaker.
Bear with me, Mayor. I'm so sorry. Not normal.
I know we have a packed agenda, so multiple comment cards.
I'd like to invite Mr. Greg Cronk to the podium, please.
Good evening. I'm Greg Cronk, 600 Hickory Mill Lane, Milton. I'm up in the Birmingham Crossroads area. Tonight, you will hear a presentation on GDOT's proposal to replace 5 of our city-owned bridges located on city roads. And it sounds like a wonderful thing having somebody else assume your financial responsibilities, but I think we're all adult enough to know that you don't ever get anything for nothing. And it seems pretty obvious what GDOT wants in this case. I think what they want is to develop a 4-lane, high-capacity, heavy truck weight route between the rapidly expanding areas of Cherokee and Forsyth and their newly rebuilt Highway 9 leading to Highway 400. And if that happens, I think we can just go ahead and write off the Birmingham character area, because what we'll have is be a high volume, high capacity, busy 4-lane road up there. This initiative has been presented as GDOT just having a surplus of money and wanting to spread the love around. I don't believe that, and hopefully other people don't believe it either. If they have that much money, have that much of a surplus, why don't they spend some of it to speed up the Highway 9 project up in Alpharetta that's kicking into their 3rd year of construction right now? So my ask to you tonight, pretty simple ask, is that you have our legal folks carefully review these agreements with GDOT and report back to you and the citizens exactly what GDOT will have claim on those city roads after they spend this money on bridges, so that we'll all know what to expect up there and we can all make informed decisions. This is a chance to protect our rural heritage, which is supposed to be one of our foundational values. So hopefully you guys will give this some consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have another speaker.
Mayor, I invite Ms. Julie Zonner Bailey to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I live at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia. My public comments this evening are directed specifically to staff reports regarding upgrades for the 5 state-funded bridge replacement projects in the city of Milton. The city of Milton has been the result of many important elements coming together: a great history, beautiful spaces worthy of preservation, careful and measured consideration surrounding development patterns regarding land use policies and laws consistently upheld, with a detailed eye towards rural by design, whether that be master planned areas, overlays, green spaces, and more. While much of this relates to development patterns both on agricultural land as well as on commercial land, it also ties to our infrastructure needs, including roadways, bridges, street lighting, and roundabouts, among others. As staff, mayor, and council continue to delve into the details of what these bridge replacements will or will not be, I ask that careful consideration be given to how they are designed. The look and feel of these bridge replacements is as critical as the importance of their safety. They will be safe, of course, but they need to fit the area as well. They should be a positive visual addition, not an eyesore. Design considerations should include the materials used for guardrails, visible concrete ideally treated using natural stone, the width of the bridges to remain as narrow as possible, thereby reducing speeds, minimizing signage, and importantly, not adding any heavier weight limits. I ask that any design considerations lead with the belief that Milton's bridges can contribute to the idea of rural by design, enhancing the rural elements of our community. In contrast, bridge replacements could degrade the look and feel of our beautiful community. The design of any bridge replacement needs to be deliberate and must be uniquely Milton. Rural by design only can apply to whether bridges replaced help to mitigate high speeds through our community or encourage slower speeds. As an example, bridges should not become more wide and not more industrial nor more commercial, enabling even more cross-county commuters and higher speeds. Instead, they should be viewed with safety first and as an additional way of mitigating higher speeds, similar to how roundabouts can and should help to slow traffic and to discourage higher speeds. Please ensure that there's great thought and detail that goes into the design of these various bridge replacements and that the local community members are indeed engaged early in the process. These same comments apply to our roundabouts and to the design of the roundabouts, and they should be ruled by design and fit the area when and where they are installed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Mr. Adam Danella to the podium, please.
Good evening. I'm Adam Danella. I live at 3119 Haybridge Lane, Milton, Georgia. I just want to address the golf cart since I haven't been able prior to this. I have a golf cart. Surprisingly enough, mine is a 6-seater golf cart. It's a PTV technically, but it came with golf cart bag holders on the back. So is it a golf cart? Is it not a golf cart? It's essentially nomenclature, and Mr. Gerard has done a fine job explaining it. I watched the videos and everything and what he did. I think that essentially the change that he provided in his prior presentation makes sense. And I think that, one, I don't think the provisions, I'm president of our HOA over here in Braeburn. My understanding is, based on some prior research regarding parking, that the HOA can't control, even if you're under a contract, what happens on a public roadway, whether you're driving a PTV, if it's allowed by ordinance or not. Some of the other things I've heard have to do with safety. I mean, kids over the age of 12 years old have to ride on the roadways by law. Do they ride on sidewalks? Probably, but they're supposed to ride on the roadways on bikes. People have scooters, motorcycles, Jeeps, Broncos with no doors, windshields down, no tops, basically the same. What I have noticed in driving my golf cart around PTV, people notice it. They slow down, they see it. They find, it changes the traffic speed. It changes how people are driving in this area where I drive my golf cart. Up in White Columns, if they have an issue with it, the way we resolve our issues, and you've got to make a change, it's got to be a neighborhood vote. And there's an attorney that you called that represents the HOA. They can give the HOA advice on how to handle these things and, what to do to change their rules. Even still, I don't think they can control what happens on their public roadways. So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate the time. And, I think the change that he's offering here is one that makes sense, and it doesn't hinder anybody's use of their golf cart PTVs, in Milton. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Mr. Bill Lusk to the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Lusk, and I reside at 1355 Summit Road in Fields Crossroads, Georgia. I'm here tonight to speak about item 7C, the GDOT proposal to fund the replacement of 5 bridges within the city. As a registered professional civil engineer, a former general contractor, and a former city councilman, I can appreciate the work of the Georgia Department of Transportation. I believe that Georgia has one of the best highway systems in the nation. Highway safety through professional design and continued maintenance is one factor that makes Georgia, and particularly Milton, a leading place to live and conduct business. Highway design and construction is big business in Georgia, with a GDOT fiscal year budget of $2.2 billion. It is great to have some of those dollars return to Milton. Bridge maintenance and periodic replacement is good policy. My concern is, however, that in our eagerness to accept such funding, then it may run counter to the original vision of our city. When we incorporated, the concept was to maintain the rural character of the area. That meant the preservation of our narrow, hilly, winding roads with narrow shoulders. The underlying purpose was to minimize or discourage higher traffic volumes and therefore reducing speeding while preserving safety. Although the one bridge report that I read on the Birmingham Road project apparently does not add additional traffic lanes, future replacements could possibly be designed for that purpose, however. The results of such designs would be for road widening and possibly additional lanes. Once that happens, we will have lost one of the factors that makes our area unique. GDOT is a self-perpetuating organization. It is their business to build roads and bridges. They do a phenomenal job, but let us be aware that in their quest to do so, we may be setting ourselves up for the deterioration of our quality of life in Milton. Increased traffic will be the bane of our rural character. I urge you to read the other, or all 5 reports carefully, especially the fine print. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes general public comment.
Okay, so I will close public comment and we will move on to consent agenda. Will the city clerk please sound the items?
Mayor, that first item is approval of the June 5th, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 23143. B is approval of the financial statement and investment report for period 4, January 2023. Agenda item number 23144. C is approval of change order number 1 with Pond and Company, Inc. to provide subsurface utility exploration for the Morris Road widening project. Agenda item number 23145. D is approval of a construction services agreement with Halcyon Remodeling, LLC, to provide exterior and interior renovations to the Milton City Park and Preserve Pool Pump House. Agenda item number 23146. E is approval of a statement of work between the City of Milton and Civic Plus LLC for a full-service supplementation subscription for ordinance codification services. Agenda item number 23147. F is approval of change order number 3 between the City of Milton and Cooper and Company General Contractors, Inc. for the inclusion of subgrade stabilization treatment of driveways at Milton Fire Station 42. Agenda item number 23148. Item G is approval of a construction services agreement with Ashford Gardeners, Inc. to provide landscape improvements, including new sod and plants at the Broadwell Pavilion. Agenda item number 23149. H is approval of a software subscription agreement between the City of Milton and Verizon for the addition of fleet telematics and GPS software to city vehicles. Agenda item number 23150. Item I is approval of a construction services agreement with Solar Shades Window Tinting, Inc., doing business as the Tint Guy, to provide the installation of window tint and security film at the Milton Public Safety Complex. Agenda item number 23151. J is approval of a furniture design consultant agreement between the City of Milton and Office Images, Inc. for the procurement, installation, and modification of office furniture at Milton City Hall. Agenda item number 23152. K is approval of an agreement for issuance of a provisional certificate of occupancy between the City of Milton, Georgia and Loudermilk Homes LLC. Agenda item number 23153. Mayor?
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Moore to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, we will move on to the moved new business item. Will the city clerk please sound the item?
Mayor, that item is consideration of a resolution appointing or reappointing members to the City of Milton Trails Advisory Committee by appointing a board member for District 2, Post 2. It's agenda item number 23156. Mayor?
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce Indy Bowman. Indy joins the Milton, prior to approval, joined the Milton Advisory Trails Committee, having lived in Milton for 2 years, following 7 years of visiting and enjoying the area. Her husband, Sid, actually discovered Milton playing polo, and they found their perfect spot to make their move from a 1/4-acre lot in Brookhaven to 4 acres here in Milton. They started their happy home in Milton, having acquired 2 horses and a small flock of chickens. I don't know if those numbers have changed any since your arrival, but we welcome the additional wildlife in Milton. Indy said the beauty of Milton, paired with the wonderful schools for their 2 children, confirms daily that the Bowmans are meant to be here in Milton. Indy enjoys exploring in-area parks and trails with the kids and her friends, and is perfect to have her join the opportunity to further the community's vision for public enjoyment areas. And as such, I propose that we approve Indy Bowman as the newest member of the Milton Trails Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do, Mayor. I invite Mr. Adam Danella to the podium, please. Yes. 1-6. So no, not on this one. Then my apologies, Mayor. We'll move right on.
All right, well, we'll close public comment and then I will open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve agenda item number 23-156, approving Ms. Indy Bowman as Councilmember Moore's pick for the Trails Advisory Committee.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve Indy Bowman to the Milton Trails Advisory Committee, agenda item number 23-156. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Bowman, I'll come and swear you in. Meet you down up front. I do solemnly swear and affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully perform the duties of
that I will faithfully perform the duties
Milton Trails Advisory Committee of this city,
of Milton Trail,
and that I will support and defend the charter thereof,
and that I will support and defend,
as well as the Constitution,
as well as the Constitution
the laws of the state of Georgia,
and the laws of the state
and the United States of America.
and the United States.
Ms. Bowman, we'll have you make it official over here. You can back out if you want.
Oh, she can.
Congratulations.
Mayor?
Council will come down. Oh, yeah? Can I make it official? Still in my picture.
We going down or?
Yeah, I'll come down. That's not perfect, though.
All good, Tammy. Don't worry about that.
Good. All right. Congratulations. again. Thank you. Will the city clerk, we'll move on to reports and presentations. Will the city clerk please stay on the first item?
Mayor, that first item A is the proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Mayor Jamison?
Great, thank you. I'm honored tonight to read this proclamation, which recognizes July as Park and Recreations Month. I know everybody in the city of Milton probably knows how our Parks and Rec Department, Tom, his entire team has done a wonderful job over the years with his leadership and his additions to his staff. Our Parks and Rec Department has expanded ever since we passed the passive park bond many years ago. I know with opening up the passive parks and future active parks, Tom and his team are well positioned to provide and continue to support the citizens of Milton. And we thank you and your entire team for all that you do, as well as the entire city. So with that, I will read this proclamation and then we'll take a nice little group picture down up front, okay? Whereas public parks, trails, and recreational programs can significantly enhance the quality of life in a community. And whereas having spaces and facilities for all citizens to enjoy allows people to be healthier and better connected with nature and each other. And whereas recreational programs can also be vital in giving people, young and old, crucial outlets to exercise, learn, and engage with others through classes, events, or as part of teams. And whereas the city of Milton understands the immense value of these facilities and programs, which is why we continue to invest by adding and improving parks, as well as partnering with outside groups to provide outstanding programs. And whereas these efforts are in line with community members' appreciation and love for such offerings and public spaces, as well as the direction they have given to effectively maintain and supplement them. And whereas the city joins other municipalities nationwide this July in celebrating Parks and Recreation Month as designated by the federal government. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Milton, recognize July as Park and Recreation Month, highlighting the wonderful public spaces and recreation programs that help and enrich our community. And that's given under our hand and seal of the city of Milton, Georgia, on this 19th day of June, 2023. Thank you. You want us to come down, or I don't know how everyone come down?
No, it might be better y'all stay up.
Yeah.
Tom and team, congratulations.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, it's a clan.
Cute.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Okay, will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Mayor, that next item B is the fiscal year 2024 budget preparation, discussion of the 5-year forecast. Our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to pick up on our series of budget preparation and feedback presentations. This will be the 5th meeting in our series, and we'll kick off discussions related to operating expenses. The objective of these meetings is to engage council early in the budget process in order to obtain feedback and guidance. In meetings number 1 through 4, we discuss the phasing of some of our major capital projects. And tonight we'll be discussing projects that will inform our projections for the fiscal year 24 budget, as well as the fiscal year 25 through 28 forecasts on the operating side. Some of these decisions may also have capital implications, and we will address that as we go along. Here we have the topics that have been discussed to date. There we go. And as you can see, we did not need to host the May 15th meeting. And here we are in June. Due to our meeting schedule, some of these 5-year operating forecast topics will continue into our July meetings, but we will be well prepared to have a draft budget ready for the millage rate hearings and the budget workshop in July and August. In years past, we have adopted the final millage rate at a special called meeting immediately following the August budget workshop, and our current FY 2024 budget schedule has contemplated the same for this summer. Following the setting of the millage rate, a final version of the proposed budget will be drafted and presented at the September 6th meeting, and a final vote to adopt the budget is scheduled for September 18th. Milton's budget is guided by plans which are outlined in each year's budget book. Some of these plans cover citywide aspects, while others are more focused on individual department or initiatives. These plans have received public input and have been formally adopted by council. The two overarching plans that staff use to guide budgetary decision-making are the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan. Each of these plans has taken into consideration the other planning documents that already exist, including Parks and Recreation master plans, transportation, pavement, and stormwater plans, Milton's capital improvement element, and more. In the next few meetings, we'll be seeking feedback from council related to some of the initiatives outlined in the strategic plan, as well as the short-term work program from the comprehensive plan to ensure we are budgeting the correct funds in each year in which the council would like to see these initiatives come to fruition. Tonight, we will be discussing those initiatives related to economic development. We have our Economic Engagement Manager, Anita Jupin, with us tonight to provide council with context and information related to each of these initiatives. The feedback we are seeking on each item is the scale seen here, numbered 1 through 4, with 1 being the highest priority, and staff should aim to address this in fiscal year 2024 and include any funding needed in the upcoming proposed budget. Number 2 being a moderate priority for council, with staff including funding if needed in the fiscal year 2025 to 2028 projections. And number 3 being a low priority, and any funding needed should be contemplated in the future beyond our current 5-year forecast. And finally, number 4 being an initiative that council would not like to pursue at this time and would like removed from the plan regardless of funding needs. As Anita presents, I will take notes in order to fill council's feedback in our Excel spreadsheet, so we don't have to do that at the same time. I will call Anita up to help me out here and present these items. Thank you, Anita.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Bernadette mentioned, tonight we'd like to briefly review the projects outlined in the comprehensive plan to get your feedback and guidance on next steps. So I will go through the projects that you see here on the spreadsheet, and I'll stop along the way for your feedback. You'll see here Objective 2 pertains to the commercial tax base and occupational tax process. I will address that in a later item, so I just wanted to point that out so you know I'm not skipping over it. Beginning with ED1, seek certified broadband ready community designation through DCA. Just a little background about the Broadband Development Initiative. In 2018, the state launched the Georgia Broadband Deployment Initiative. High-speed internet access remains unavailable in many Georgia rural communities or those farther from the metro Atlanta area. This initiative calls for the promotion and deployment of broadband services throughout the state to unserved areas. This was established by DCA to help communities meet accessibility needs to increase opportunities for citizens and businesses. A majority of Milton does have adequate access for high-speed internet, and though we have rural characteristics in the community, accessibility does not appear to be a challenge nor an issue. Utility companies may still look to further explore improvements for speed. However, overall accessibility is available widely throughout Milton. After comparing the language in our comprehensive plan to those of other communities that have recently received the certification, our broadband section's not quite as extensive as theirs. However, if we decided that this was a priority, it may be strong enough to pass the application process without having to amend our plan, but we can't say that for certain. The second criteria needed would be passing a city ordinance on the subject. And it seems that most of the cities that do this copy the state-provided example pretty closely. There's also an online application that's available that must be completed in addition to the ordinance and language requirements in the planning documents. But all of this said, it does not appear that any of our neighboring cities, nor any other city in Fulton County or near the metro, currently hold this designation. and the financial gains or funding available as a result of this designation is unclear. So tonight, we're seeking council guidance and feedback on this matter, and if council would like to further proceed in seeking this designation. And I'll stop here for your feedback.
Questions?
And I guess Anita or Bernadette, are there any residents at this point that are reaching out to the city asking for us to assist in any way with their pursuit of the coverage?
There are not. So we've identified there's one parcel in all of Milton, in our top corner of Milton that is does not have accessibility, but that property is partially zoned AG1 and partially CUP zoning. So it's not in our commercial corridor at all to impact bringing in any businesses or employment opportunities.
Okay. You know, I look at it from two different ways. One is from an economic standpoint, but also from an educational standpoint, just to ensure that we aren't creating any missed businesses or families that need that for running today's lives like coming off the pandemic. I mean, how many of us changed our lives and were reliable or needed the reliability of internet? And so this being a critical path of that, I would say it should not be dismissed by any means, but it should find a way somewhere in the middle of our objectives to ensure that we haven't overlooked anybody.
Are we saying that's of 3? This council.
Well, so
Yeah,
can I
Maria.
clarify really quickly, maybe the distinction between going after the certification and/or seeking support for our citizens if they reach out regarding connectivity with their local utility?
Sure. If you can clarify that, that'd be great.
So currently in the guidance we're seeking is if we want to look to get that designation. So actually changing and amending an ordinance to seek the actual certification through DCA, which the wording is included per their recommendation in the comp plan. So during that process, it was brought in because I believe it is a DCA recommendation to have this in your comprehensive plan to seek this designation. And Anita in her research found that none of our surrounding cities or any other metro area cities have this designation specific. So I didn't know if you wanted us to seek continuing staff time and potential legal fees, those kinds of things in our budget contemplation on the actual designation for the certification.
And what would that certification, I heard the word funding at some point during that. What type of funding would we be receiving or potentially receiving with that designation?
I thought it was
So
unclear.
that's unclear as far as if that opens us up to receiving any future grants or anything like that. Because of this certification, it's unclear what financial gains we would have. It's more just an accessibility for typically for rural cities that need that certification in order to attract for economic or education purposes.
Councilman Jacobus?
This really doesn't talk about the ability for us to assist if somebody isn't getting broadband. It's just about the certification. And I think with all the other priorities that staff has to do, I would just like to see us just remove it.
Council, I'm kind of at like that 3 to 4 range too also. So is council okay putting that at the bottom of the tier? I think that's probably where we're going with that.
We will put it as a 3 and kind of, if anything comes up that makes us recognize that it's meaningful to bring back to you, we will.
And also, I think as we go through these line items, if there's a lot more that we want to bump up, then we just put that, like Councilman Jacobus said, put it all the way towards the bottom. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move on to the marketing plan in ED2. Develop a marketing plan for Milton, which reflects our branding to include digital visitors information, agribusiness promotion, and event marketing. So as you can see, this item has a few components in one, so I'll break them down a little bit so it's easier to identify each one separately. For the marketing plan, as you know, the city's placemaking and branding study is underway, as well as the Highway 9 Windward Parkway Strategic Master Plan study. The outcome of both of these studies may influence the position for the city and our marketing strategy. And they will also provide a blueprint that will identify target industries and potential opportunities for development and redevelopment, which will address ED4, which is to proactively pursue economic development in future defined UGB areas. So marketing is a big umbrella with many components underneath it. We've also explored other marketing tools that can assist us with enhancing the current website for economic development as it relates to character areas. I've been working closely with communications on making some of these initial enhancements in-house. The goal is to include facts such as number of farms, number of businesses throughout the city and how much in each commercial node, average household income, number of new businesses that open each year, workforce statistics, major employers in the community, accessibility of higher education institutions, and other quality of life information, as well as providing helpful links to key partners throughout the region. Additionally, we've already enhanced the economic development webpage with helpful frequently asked questions, updated photos and resources for new and existing business owners in the community. So these data points don't change as often, so they would be reasonable for staff to maintain year over year and would not have any impact to the budget. One item, however, to be considered in the budget is for a service dedicated to available properties. The staff is looking into a software that can house commercial real estate vacancies on the city's website. This would be a helpful tool for businesses who are looking to expand, relocate, or come to Milton to see what is available in our commercial districts. This would be updated and maintained regularly by a third party and would provide real-time data in this market if council is interested in pursuing this further. And I'll stop here for your feedback.
Any feedback?
Rita, can we break that down possibly into the three, I think I identified 3 components. So first being the marketing plan,
Yeah. That comes
digital
up.
visitor center.
That's coming, yeah.
All right, any feedback from council on that? I definitely think, branding and marketing, especially for our economic areas, the Highway 9 area, Crabapple, a little bit of Birmingham area, I think that's important, But I honestly don't know where it ranks. I know we've been talking about it for a long time, and I'm thinking it's pretty high on our list. Because this is our overall branding strategy that we're going to do. This is different.
I put a lot in there at once. So our branding, our placemaking branding, and our Highway 9 strategic master plan is already underway. So those are things that are kind of addressing ED4, which is pursuing development and redevelopment in our corridors and in UGB growth areas. So I'm sorry, I kind of jumbled a lot in there together. So the second kind of component of that is our website and how we want to enhance just what the city's messaging and communication is. So there's a number of things that we're doing already in-house on the city's website from a communication standpoint. The one element that we aren't doing that we don't have yet and we're exploring is the addition of a software or a platform. So what that does is provide just real-time data of available properties. A call that we get all the time is, looking for another location that meets their needs to expand to a second location, third location, or relocate from another jurisdiction. And so right now we rely on just our relationships with commercial brokers in the community to advise us on what's available. So this would be something that would allow staff to have maintained regularly by a third party that keeps up with what vacancies we have, square footage, where it's zoned, and things of that nature, just so that somebody else can be empowered to find that information and then can reach out about a specific property that they're interested in, they're looking to expand.
Anita, based on your perspective, do you think, in the Highway 9 area and even here in Crabapple, we've got a fair number of vacancies. Do you believe this would really help us to reduce that vacancy rate? One of the things we're trying to do, I know especially in the Highway 9 area, is to get some businesses to come in. Do you think this is really going to help us?
I do think it can provide helpful information to us with there being a lot of attrition in just the commercial leasing space. Just to have that information updated in a timely fashion, I think could definitely be a competitive advantage.
I'll give you one real world example, which just happened a couple months ago. Someone called me, they're having breakfast at the Nest, and they wanted to open up a second location of their fitness studio. And they called me. They said, is there anything available? And I was just thinking. And they ended up going into, I knew a spot was opening up in Crabapple Market, the 2-story art gallery. He signed the lease and he's opened up his second spot. So I love them calling the mayor for that stuff. But obviously I think people always hear about Milton, so when they type Milton, We're not like Roswell, they have a whole economic development arm, and then Alpharetta has their own thing. We really don't have that here. So if that would help that, I think I would be in support of this for sure.
And just as an example, this would obviously be something that we would have to bid out from a software standpoint, but a cost estimate from the one platform that I've already met with and talked just to get data gathering was somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 6,000 annually. So that would be just something to consider as far as a cost standpoint. I don't know if that.
And we just had to sign up for, it's like a 1-year deal, right? If it doesn't work out and we don't
Right.
like it, we can, okay.
Right. And I believe that recommendation did come over to us from the city of Roswell. Their whole economic development arm, Roswell Inc., has used it with some success.
And the more reasons we find to drive people to our website, the better served we're going to be every single day. Our website is, very informational, but it's pretty static information. Something like this, where it's constantly changing. And we know that there's reasons to go to see what kind of events are going on, look at the calendar or whatever. But if there's this constant vibrance that comes from something like a platform like that, and it's that kind of a minimal cost, I think we should
I agree.
absolutely invest in that.
Sounds like a 1.
Right.
Yeah.
That shows a one. Good.
Okay.
All right. So next, we will talk about the digital visitors information site. A visitor center is typically a physical platform that exists that's separate from the city, like a CVB, that features the city's amenities and tourism, such as shopping, dining, nightlife events, and activities. And it can be complemented by a virtual presence. This would require an initial investment if we decided to pursue a digital information's website. I believe Communications has already priced this out previously and would require ongoing maintenance, upkeep, and a focus to ensure unbiased representation and support to local businesses. So here we're seeking guidance on development of a digital visitor information or continued enhancement on the city's website.
All right, council?
Anita, have you guys looked at any other cities that we would like to model ourselves after? And if so, are there packages that might include some of the, we're addressing these on a one-off basis, but are there opportunities to engage with somebody who, single provider, you can roll all these things into one? Or are each of these things being considered independently because it's going to be an independent provider?
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. So as far as packaging together, meaning the vacancy strategy and a marketing from a different website platform?
The site would have individual separate sections to address those things, but is there a platform provider that we might want to choose to model ourselves after? If there's a like city to us, or not necessarily a like city, could be bigger or smaller for that matter, that has a pretty terrific package that may come from a single provider that still gives us the benefit of all those things individually you're pointing out, but rather than 5 contracts with 5 different vendors for 5 different aspects of our website, and you got 5 different people touching it every month, is there a way to roll it into a single package, maybe potentially get economy of scale because you're giving somebody a larger package to work on?
I'm happy to look into that further. I'm not aware of any one city that's modeled something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's my understanding that the virtual visitors website would be a separate website entirely and not linked to the cities, just based on the language in the planning documents. It's my understanding that it would be a completely separate entity. But if it's something that we chose to incorporate on the city's website, then perhaps there is a single provider that could streamline that, and I'm happy to look into that.
Thank you. So going back to your answer then, with that being the answer, I certainly support the virtual visitors website and making it an important priority for us.
Everybody okay with that? I think it's important when people look for Milton and businesses look for Milton, they understand what we want out of businesses and what our current businesses are and kind of what our community supports. So I think it's important. Everybody good with that? Okay.
Thank you. All right, and separately from the virtual platform, staff is seeking recommendations on whether an additional marketing plan may be needed in the future. We've estimated this cost at around $50,000 for partnering with a consultant to take previous and existing plans to refine the city's overall marketing strategy. Previously, the city has worked with Buxton Company. We have a previous RKG study as well. Buxton RKG, they offer analytics services to identify, attract, and retain customers in new markets to the area. So I'll pause here for your feedback on if this is something that we would like to pursue in the future as well.
Did we use them previously on a Highway 9 area, or
We did.
what was the outcome on that?
My understanding, and I might need to tag in city manager, but that we collected data on, in general, what types of businesses would be a fit for that area, independent of what exactly the city of Milton was looking for, but just in general, what kind of businesses could draw commerce there.
I apologize. I was engaged in a debate with the city attorney. Which study?
The Buxton one?
In the RKG.
So the Buxton study is my concern. One of my concerns regarding the Buxton study is the age of it at this point. While I believe we allude to it in the comp plan, it was pre-COVID, and we're seeing an entirely different development pattern. I don't know if it was a direct result of COVID or not, but we're seeing less office type, certainly less vertical office type, with more of a mixed type use. Some of the stuff we did do at Buxton was to try to identify the segment of the market that may well with this region, and some of the areas, if my recollection is correct, they were looking at some of the intellectual property supply chains associated with some of the medical companies we have around here, and looking to attract those kinds of companies in, but it is a bit aged at this point.
Any questions?
Yeah, I do. So this is to recapture or capture now who is a candidate for these corridors?
So it would provide analytical data on what target industries might thrive here in the community, just based on demographics that we currently have, existing businesses in the landscape. So it would really just be realigning what those target priorities are.
And then once we have that information, what do we do with it?
So that's the decision that we have to make as far as what of those recommendations we want to take. And if that aligns with the development patterns that we're looking to achieve here, then at least we know which corporate presence that we're seeking here, which would thrive here if the opportunity for redevelopment or development were to exist for them.
Do you think the Buxton study, is it going to be just Highway 9, or is it all of Milton, or is that something we can maybe focus more narrowly on a single area? Just curious. Was that for all of Milton, that price tag?
So my understanding from the planning documents is it's a citywide study. I certainly think we could probably focus that to our commercial district if that's where it would make the most sense.
I'm just curious because I think that type of data that we're looking for those types of businesses are probably going to be all in the Highway 9 area. That was just.
Highway 9 Deerfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure it needs to be that large either. You know, maybe by scaling it back and just doing Route 9 Deerfield, we can scale it back and not spend that much of the funds for that.
But this would be finding the targets for the marketing plan, right?
Right.
Okay, so typically, and maybe I've got it backwards, but typically you get those analytics and then you do the marketing plan so that you're marketing to the people that have been identified. Aren't we already doing the marketing plan?
Well, between our Highway 9 strategic master plan, it is identifying some of those opportunities. This is more just of a targeted focus on which specific businesses or industries in particular that we want to go after. The Highway 9 strategic plan that we're working on now is focused heavily on commuting patterns, traffic patterns, land use. There's an economic development component to that, but it's very much infrastructure focused as well, and accessibility, connectivity. So this would be taking some of that data and updating it to, with all of those improvements that are made, which industries specifically we're trying to target and bring here.
Thank you, Anita. Will we have metrics to be able to see what of this bears fruit? Because with consultants coming and going, it's hard for us to tell. Did that work?
Yeah.
You know, it's just really been hard to tell what worked and what hasn't worked, and
I can tell you it hasn't worked yet.
yeah, and whether your common sense is a bit more valuable. You know, it's just hard for us to tell. So some metrics orientation on that would be helpful.
Okay.
And that went to my original question. If we used them before, what did we get out of that for the Highway 9 area? And if we didn't really get anything out of it, is there something else that we can do? Is there another provider? So that was kind of where my first question was going.
We've got to take a serious look at this. I mean, we haven't seen the kind of development in Highway 9 or Deerfield that we've expected to have take place with our current plan. There's no secret about that. That's our largest open spaces for development, both from raw land and existing buildings that are empty. We've got to take a hard look at that. We know that the world has changed a lot with the pandemic, and I think the prior study was done prior to the pandemic. We know that a lot of go-to-market models have changed remarkably since then, where at somebody's point, the vertical office market is very changed since then. We know that many people are not returning to the traditional workplace with so many more folks being remote. So it means we have to look at a different kind of business to come in and resource here. I think it's money well spent and a drop in the bucket compared to what the economic impact could be for the good of our city if we find that target and can then turn it into something that generates the outcome that we're after.
But isn't the dilemma we're running into the fact that we don't control those properties that are really stalled, the ones that we see and look at? I mean, we don't control what Verizon does. The fact that Verizon has all that land and it's all vacant, we can't push them to do anything, no matter what we know about the market. Same thing with the number of the high rises. So I'm certainly a proponent of getting information if it helps us drive it.
May I also offer up the opportunity to possibly defer this particular decision? We have the placemaking and branding feedback coming directly from our consultants that are working on that piece that I know speaks to this, although it is separately, right, Anita? It speaks to this. And maybe after hearing their feedback on that piece of it, it may inform you better to make the decision on a marketing plan per se. So we can always, Anita will be back before you with those consultants and we can kind of weave this little bit of conversation back into that piece if you'd like.
Will that come back in time for the budgetary process?
I believe you guys are going to be before them with initial feedback.
We will be with you on the initial feedback soon. I'll have updated dates that I can share with you all as far as draft development and design that we have.
Well,
Yeah, Steve, real quick, and then, Councilman Cookerly.
no, I was just going to say, well, don't misread my comments as wanting to interrupt the process, because I'm just interested in the metrics going forward or to validate whether that was a good path, because we've been in this scenario a number of times trying to pin the tail on the donkey on that corridor and some of these other places. And I personally just get lost a little bit on the use of consultants and where we are and what worked. So that is my point. If you all feel that this is a necessary part and it marries the marketing plan together, then you need to have the tools that you need to have.
I think just to add to Bernadette's point, I think we'll have a much firmer grip as we see the output from the placemaking and branding study, as well as the strategic master plan. And we'll sort of know what gaps that we can identify after those two studies have been completed to know what data that we don't have that we can be charged with to make decisions going forward.
I think deferring this type of item might be a good idea. And I can already tell, we've already had a lot of discussion on just Highway 9, just as one meeting. So I'm thinking we might have to have a future work session to discuss the entire strategy for Highway 9. So, Steve, do you have something?
Councilmember Jacobus brings up a really important point when it comes to controlling some of the properties. And one of the tools that the CPAC had recommend we explore is a development authority. And perhaps I would like to see whether any of that gets discussed in the current study, or whether that's something that the council would ever consider, because the creation of a development authority would allow us to control properties and then develop them out with the vision of the council. But so that is something that we can explore, and where that falls into the order of things here. I'd like to see if anything comes out of the study on that. I think that could be a piece we're missing.
Interesting.
We'll take all the pieces when it comes to that, for sure.
That's a good segue into my next piece.
Okay, let's go.
83 is to pursue a greater emphasis on economic development, considering pursuing a Milton Development Authority. Typically, here we go.
Read your own document.
A development authority is typically a board appointed by city council with the goal of fostering commerce and growth within the city. The board is granted powers and jurisdiction through the state of Georgia General Assembly and a resolution adopted by local city council. Their function is to promote a public good and general welfare, trade, commerce, industry, general tax base, and employment opportunities available in the city. So to Steve's point, if council is interested in pursuing a formal development authority in the future, the staff can consider, can continue looking into that as well.
Okay, I think everybody good with that?
Yeah, is there a cost associated with that, other than staff time?
There would be costs associated with that, but it's undetermined at this point. Right now, we want to gauge your interest and guidance on that priority. There will likely be legal fees and other things involved with that, but we'll have more of a robust timing or cost estimate to you once we pursue that further.
Okay.
Steve, in areas where they have development authorities, do those cities own more land than say we do? Do they own some land to have some flexibility to drive things? Or is that not really part of that?
So talking a little out of school with Roswell, but I believe that Roswell used it to assemble a bunch of parcels together to be able to create a specific area that they were looking for. In my previous world, we had a development authority there. It was actually an IDA. And what we did is we used it to purchase strategic parcels to be able to create, to redevelop certain areas within the city. And it was very valuable because as the development authority, first you can float bonds, so you could take out loans, so you could purchase the properties. And then what at least we did there is we worked with private developers to then develop them out in a manner in which the city was seeking. I'm not an expert on development authorities, but I know it's been a very useful tool.
Mhm.
And can I just add that in the short-term work program, it calls for this to be contemplated out in 2025, 2026. Is that still a good time frame, or would you like to move it up sooner for staff to be looking at that a little sooner?
I think based on what we've just talked about, and we're not actually saying we're going to do one, but just getting more information to make that decision, I think we can bump that up.
Absolutely.
I agree.
All right, I'll move to 3B, pursue a study on tax incentives that may be a part of economic development. Bernadette, Karen, and I brought this item before you previously back in November, outlining the differences in fee structure. At that time, we conducted a survey with our business stakeholders in the community to gain feedback on the process for the end user. It was determined at that time that council would like to keep the fee structure as it currently stands. And feedback was given by our business stakeholders in the community regarding those specifically who live and also do business in Milton. So at this time, we are seeking feedback on whether council would like us to do additional research into offering a possible incentive for business owners that live and work in Milton. And if so, the incentive we would consider would likely be based on property tax and be reflected on the occupational tax certificate, much like a homestead exemption.
I'm not going to speak on this because there's a conflict of interest since I own a business here. So
They hold on this at this point in time.
I just don't know if it's necessary.
Yeah,
It just-
at this point,
Let's see what the production is on some of the other things we've talked
Yeah.
about. This is not a high priority.
I agree.
okay, next item.
Okay. We also conducted an internal survey with stakeholders regarding the process itself for occupational tax certificates. And based on the feedback we received, staff is looking further into an online platform, either as a part of an existing system that we already have, or some other avenue to streamline the occupational tax certificate process for businesses. And we've also identified a few areas where we will look to make some future text amendments in our zoning ordinance as it relates to home businesses. So some of the existing language that's already in our code is just outdated, and we will look to best update and modernize that language to best fit the needs of businesses today. So we will bring that information back to you in the future for additional feedback and input. Moving to ED3C, collaborate with state organizations for tourism and agritourism. For roughly the past 18 months or so, I've been in frequent discussions with my partners over at the City of Alpharetta to discuss a shared project with the goal of agritourism and agribusiness development. As you may recall, we presented to you the Mayfield property, which is co-owned between Milton and Alpharetta and resides within Alpharetta city limits in order to expand on the existing Grow a Row program that currently exists at Old Rucker Farm in Alpharetta. This project involves economic development, parks, and public works. We've identified the Mayfield property as an ideal location for this shared initiative, and plans are being made now to remove the 13 original structures on site for safety reasons. Along the way, I have partnered with our local UGA ag agent and have achieved my journeyman farmer certification as well to provide education and training needed to continue down this endeavor. So with council's support tonight, we can continue down this path as programming ideas take shape. And I'm happy to stop here for your feedback. As far as a budgetary standpoint, I know the demolition and removal of those structures is already something that's been accounted for. But going forward, we would have better cost measures as far as programming that we can bring before you if this is something that we would like to continue pursuing.
Council feedback on that?
Yeah, it's part of the fabric of who we are. So I think it's something that should fit in the mix of where we're focusing our efforts.
Great.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay. We've touched on these a little bit already. 3Ds, proactively focus on the Deerfield character area. So that I believe we had discussed will be output related from the placemaking and branding and the Highway 9 initiative. And I've also touched on ED5 with the occupational tax and fee structure. So lastly, ED6, explore the use of technology to improve information access. Staff is looking into different tools to improve information access to better reach all residents in the community, including information kiosks that could be possibly placed in parks or other public spaces. IT has provided us with a ballpark price for these kiosks. Now, these range anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 individually, but considering a number of things that factor into that price, such as key placement, ongoing maintenance, whether it's partnered, initial costs, and what its return on investment would be for the city. If council would like to continue to proceed with the research of these types of tools to increase city communication, the departments that would be closely involved with that implementation would continue to research those items and bring examples and more specific costs to you at a future time.
Personally, I would rather we just spend the money to make our website more efficient and operate at a higher level. I really don't. I don't see the need to spend the dollars to go to kiosks when we could use those dollars for things in-house that staff's already starting to work on that could be improved with additional funding.
Everybody's got a kiosk in their pocket these days, basically. So if our website's good and we drive them to our website, we don't need another physical structure. It requires infrastructure to get it up and running and powered and maintained and not vandalized. I think you basically got a kiosk in your pocket in your phone. That would be a lower priority for me.
Let me balance that. But the question is whether we want the information of what that could look like, right? With a cost and what the functionality might be. Okay. I don't think we ought to shut that down. That could be pretty interesting. I mean, it's just information for us to see what it could look like. And if people are at a park or if they're elsewhere and it's there and they have any questions, we're drawing them in to become knowledgeable, whereas they're not going to take the initiative on their phone because they're not going to think about it. So it's not a commitment, right? It's just to get info and see how it would be used and developed and what might be.
Right.
Let's just see what it looks like.
That I can support.
Okay.
Minimal cost.
Yeah.
Sounds like a 2
at the most.
So you do not want to see, so I guess, so just for clarification,
No,
that would
No,
mean
it's like a 3 or a 4.
we would not be bringing you that information as part, if it's a 2, we would not be bringing that to you as part of our discussions on funding 2024.
Well, I guess one of my questions I'd have is, I don't know where we are on ones and twos and what your
Yeah, how much, what's
priorities
your
are.
appetite?
Because you can
for all
only take
these?
on, we can only give you so much to do within a certain amount of time. So
I will throw this out there, that this particular initiative would not be taking up Anita's staff time from the economic development perspective. Parks and Recreation, Communications, and IT have been working on this. So to propose ideas to you, I believe that they have some things
Okay.
ready and could
Oh.
prepare that for you. If you are willing to do some funding in 2024, we could bring it now. If it's a number two, we can push it out further and not make it as part of this conversation in July.
but I guess when you're saying funding in 2024, but if they are, can they present us some ideas to where if we even want to provide the funding? I
Yeah,
guess?
absolutely.
Okay.
When we get in July, we'll be finishing out some of these other items that are kind of new initiative type items, and we can put that topic on one
There's
of
no
those.
point in stymieing this. I mean, it's just info.
All right, everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is all I have for you this evening.
Thanks, Anita.
If there's
That
any
was
other
a
questions,
good
let me know.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, will the city clerk please stay on the next item?
Mayor, that next item is the discussion of upgrades for 5 state-funded bridge replacement projects. Our Public Works Director, Miss Sarah Leaders, I'm sorry, Mr. Rob Del Ross.
I wasn't up here in time.
Changed your appearance.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Presentation should be coming up on your screens here in a second. Purpose for tonight's item is to update you on the status of several bridge replacement projects that the state is moving forward with. These are federally funded, administered by Georgia DOT. The discussion tonight, update you on the status of those and talk about any aesthetic enhancements that the city might want to add to these state projects. Where are these bridges? The green dot you see on the screen is locally funded. We call it Birmingham Middle Bridge. That is currently in right-of-way acquisition. We're expecting to start construction on that next year. The projects that we're talking about tonight are the red dots and the blue dots on the map. Red dots, one on Birmingham east of the locally funded project that I just mentioned, along with one on Hopewell near the roundabout, very close to each other. The third one for 2025 is south on Freemanville Road. Then the 2 blue dots are 1 year later, expected construction 2026 on Hickory Flat at the border of Cherokee County and on Clarity with the border of Cherokee County. Pictures of the existing condition of these bridges to move forward, along with the amount of federal funding attached to each project. So first picture is Hopewell Road looking north. Next picture is the Birmingham Road East Bridge looking west. Next picture, Freemanville Road looking north. Next picture, Hickory Flat Road looking west. While I'm on this one, and if you were paying attention to the previous pictures, I do want to draw your attention to where my cursor is right there. It's a little hard to see. Let me zoom in a little bit. One of the primary purposes of these projects is to remove weight restrictions on these bridges. So you'll see the weight restriction sign on Hickory Flat. You'll see them on the others as well. The primary purpose for these projects are not to widen the road, not to turn a 2-lane road into a 4-lane road. They're primarily to improve the bridge from an elevation perspective, typically raising it probably in some cases a foot, in some cases more, to keep them out of a floodplain, to keep it from overtopping in case of flood events, and then as well to remove those weight restriction signs so that with these projects, those weight restriction signs would no longer be needed and those bridges would conform to the state maximum loading per trucks per axle. Last picture, Clarity Road from Cherokee County looking south back into the city. One more picture for you. I don't have a rendering of how this would look on any of those conditions, but this is Arnold Mill Road looking north into Cherokee County. This is our best example of what these bridges will look like when they're complete. So we're still looking at 2-lane roads. We're still looking at primarily 11 to 12 foot lanes with wide shoulders. We're looking at concrete side barriers along the sides, and we're looking at metal guardrail along all of the approaches going north and south. If we decide to do nothing, this is what we'll be getting on our bridges. Opportunities, where can we go from here? Several times, Public Works Director Sarah and I have talked to our counterparts of the engineers that are working on these projects, as well as the Bridge Design Office and the State DOT. We've talked about different types of guardrail. We've talked about different types of side barriers, the concrete barrier along the sides of the bridges. We've talked about gateway monuments and branding opportunities, as well as some opportunities for covered bridges and some opportunities for a timber deck instead of asphalt. I'm going to show you some pictures of what those might look like coming up next. This is a bridge over in, I believe it's Cherokee County, that our Public Works Director worked on in a previous life. This is a public road leading into a major subdivision that has a timber deck with some timber railing between the road and the sidewalk you see on the top right. This is a picture of a driveway leading to a commercial complex over in Cobb County. I personally like this one, not necessarily for that gray fence. Here's a little bit of a zoomed in picture. But what if that gray fence weren't a gray fence? What if that were a Milton horse rail style fence instead of the concrete side barrier? When you think of covered bridge, this might be one of the first ones you think of. Believe it or not, this is a public road over in Smyrna. Picture from the side, picture from the front. This is not necessarily what we'd be advocating for when we talk about covered bridges, but there are other styles of covered bridges, maybe something like this. This is a private subdivision over in Cobb County near Mableton, I believe. Lastly, there's another bridge over in Cobb. You'll notice, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. The difference on this is you'll notice the side barrier is not concrete. It's more of a stone look, along with a railing across the water. This is something that the state is trying to steer us towards. Instead of looking at timber, they prefer more of a stone structural component. The same bridge from the side view, looking from the water, you can see the use of stone along the side in lieu of concrete and metal guardrail. So what would our options look like? It's difficult for us to talk about numbers because we don't have pure concepts, but we've tried to compare options 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the use of the dollar signs off the right to tell you what would be on the cheaper side and what would be on the more expensive side. Option 1 would be a request. Option 1 we would need your help on. Option 1 is something that Sarah and I have tried to convince the engineering counterparts in the Bridge Design Office to consider timber guardrail and to consider timber fence instead of lieu of the side barrier along the bridge itself. We've gotten no's up to this point. If that's a priority to council, Mayor, we would need your help. That's when we would be calling in potentially state legislature, state transportation board. We would need some manpower to try and push that over the finish line if that's where we want to go. Option 2 and 3 are the options that the state is currently trying to steer us towards, either using the allowable aesthetics, for example, that stone treatment along the side, or some kind of branding opportunity if we wanted to look at monuments, something vertical along both sides of the bridge, along the outside, along the corners. Ideally, something that they want to push onto the city saying, you can put these up and mount these outside the guardrail once our project is finished, and you can do whatever you want, because ultimately, once the construction project of the state is finished, there still are roads. We won't need their permission to do anything after their project. That's option 2 and option 3. Option 4 is also an option. Option 4, either on one of the projects or all of the projects. We could decide that we want to make one of those bridges the signature Milton Bridge. Instead of spending a little bit of money on one, we could choose to spend more money instead of spending a little bit money on all of them, we could spend more money, probably north of $1 million, on one of them and make that one look like this or this. One of the options that we feel like represents us In that case, we'd be telling them to take their federal funding and use it elsewhere. So we'd be declining their federal funding and we'd be moving forward into design on and trying to understanding what that signature Milton Bridge would look like for us. Based on discussions with Sarah, if we were to go that route, again, it would be T-SPLOST funding eligible. It would likely be north of $1 million. And if we're going to do that on one, it would make sense for Sarah and I to probably do it on Clarity. That has the lowest volume road. That is the shortest span, the cheapest of the 5 projects, and something that we feel very confident that we'd be able to push forward if that's the will of council. That concludes my presentation. You're open to any questions you may have.
Go for it.
Hi, Rob. A couple of questions. So before we look at these glittery things, let's roll it back to a couple of comments that were made earlier in public comment. A couple of smart people spoke about GDOT, and I think you've answered a little bit of it, but there is a real concern, and it's unclear to me, once we yield for this funding, what exactly can GDOT do and not do? And I understand that part of it is bringing it up to a weight limit that's consistent with other roadways. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So these projects are not just City of Milton. These are bridge replacement projects you see in the state of Georgia all around. Their program is about 6 to 7 years old, and this is a national initiative. This is Federal Highway giving money to all of the states. It's a nationwide issue. A lot of our bridges were built in the 30s and 40s and 50s and reaching the end of their service life very quickly, and we're trying to replace them before they reach a point where the rating is so low that the state inspection requires us to close them, which is not where we want to be.
So it's not the beginning of a roadway widening.
This is not GDOT trying to widen our roads at all. This is trying to avoid bridge closures due to sufficiency rating.
Okay.
But they are widening the roads.
In some cases, they're widening them. Sarah and I have tried to narrow them as much as possible. So for example, on Hopewell, we're providing sidewalks on both sides of the bridge due to the proximity of the park, and we're doing 12-foot lanes there. On the other 2 bridges, Freemanville and Birmingham, we're doing 11-foot lanes, which is the narrowest state DOT will allow us to do.
Yeah, they're widening, but it's not an additional lane.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. But
the other underlying factor to that is if the weight, is it mandated around that we lose our authority over the weight limits? Right now, don't we have a designation for some of our roads that you cannot have truck accessibility to them? It's kind of what has been a protection for us in some ways for a lot of years, correct?
So I'm going to defer this to their city attorney to follow up on this. My understanding is state law sets the maximum loading for the roads for state routes and for interstates and for non-state routes. But yes, the local authority has the ability to designate truck routes and non-truck routes,
Right.
with the caveat that if the destination of the truck is on one of those roads that you've designated not as a truck out, they're still allowed to drive to their finishing point.
Yes, but it has to be contemplated in everyday trucking pass-throughs to the city. If I look at the 6 dots that are on this page, I think only the ones in the upper, what would be northwest quadrant of Milton are on a state road. The rest of these are all city roads, correct?
None of these are on state routes.
Okay, all the back.
Hickory Flat's not a state route.
Right. So that has been a protection for us for a long time, is not necessarily cooperating with the state for heavy trucks being able to come through, except for the description that you just provided. I know you have to maintain the structural integrity of the bridge. Engineering is important for that, but I'm not so sure it's worth trading off some of the rural character that we've got to accommodate heavy trucks coming through all the time. I think that there's a balance we have to strike here. I'm not sure, if this is it. I'm equally concerned too with the fact that some of these dots are all sharing the same color for the same year, and we know that there are huge traffic implications during the construction windows. I hope we're going to have a chance to talk about that at some point too.
That's a great point. I didn't go into those details. Myself, Sarah, and our public safety, police and fire have been working on the details of the detour plan for probably going on a year now.
Yeah.
The
A lot of
two reg-
community input on that was significant.
Yes.
They were really concerned with even just one of the bridges being out in the eastern portion of, I think it was the Hopewell Bridge and the Birmingham Bridge being out at the same time. The commute times were extraordinary.
That's correct. The state DOT has already agreed that they're not going to be starting the Birmingham East Bridge until our bridge is finished. And they will also not be constructing Hopewell and Birmingham at the same time. They'll award both projects to one contractor. They'll build one, finish one, then they'll work on the other one.
Okay, thank you.
But what are we saying here? Do we have any latitude not to conform on those things, or we must conform on the weight and other issues?
If you want the money, you
Yeah.
have to conform.
If we're using the federal funding on to replace the bridges, then we don't have any ability to modify what they're going to design the bridge to hold. I think we do have some freedom based on conversations and based on other municipalities working with DOT to change how the bridge looks, both from the road view and the pedestrian view and from the side view.
I think if you look at the fact that we really are not in a position to have to go and replace those 5 bridges ourselves. I mean, that's the part that I think you have to look at. I think we just need to carefully look at each bridge and look at option 1 personally. I mean, I think there's got to be a way to design the way that looks so we bring in it as much as we can, slow traffic down. I mean, that look with the cement barriers on either side is just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we've got to let you and Sarah go to work on looking at each bridge and saying, okay, this is the best design that looks like it'll slow the best we can, but fit into Milton the best you can. I'm not in favor of taking all the money and rebuilding one bridge ourselves, personally.
Yeah, so look, I don't know how it equates, but we have a significant amount of our horse fencing that's failing because it's not treated like it used to be with creosote back in the day. So I don't know about the timber stuff because I don't know what that maintenance would be because it's all now getting treated the same way and just doesn't last. And I don't want to put that on our taxpayers. So I am, I guess, in favor of rock. I personally don't want to try to rip off Vermont with a little cutesy covered bridge. I just, doesn't seem like us.
Can you pull up the 4 options again for us? So I'm thinking option 2 is what everyone is saying is off the table, correct?
No.
Right? I mean, you don't want option 2, right? That's letting GDOT do what they want to do, correct?
Well,
That's a misunderstanding.
they use rock. That's part of their standard treatment is rock, correct?
I wouldn't say it's their standard treatment, but it's something they've used in other situations
Right.
and other bridges that we feel pretty confident.
But there's
that we'd be
somewhere
able to
between
talk
cement
them
and
into.
rock.
But we would have to pay for that difference.
That's correct.
So it's still an upgrade if we did some sort of like stack stone or,
Correct.
me, I think that's.
I'll just, aesthetics and bridges, that's just not my specialty. I'll just be straight up with you. I would love to hear from the community, to be honest with you, and see what people want. I mean, I don't know, do they want a timber bridge? Do they want stack stone? And what's the budget going to be? Do we have a budget on stuff that we could spend for us aesthetics?
So budget-wise, we have, and this is a placeholder, we've got approximately $4 million identified in the T-Splosh 2 list that we had on our project list before the referendum. That would be more than enough to fund any of the options on the screen.
Okay.
From a staff perspective, options 2 and options 3 are probably in the couple $100,000 range. Option 1 would be between $500,000 and $1 million, and option 4 would be north of $1 million.
I don't know.
So you're saying that's per bridge, correct?
No, that's total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem, after you go past rock, the lack of feasibility with timber, which I think is a problem, the bang for the buck on that, I don't know if the taxpayers are going to get that bang for the buck.
I actually agree with Councilmember Kirkley on this. The primary reason why the state doesn't do timber is because they don't want to be responsible for maintenance. And if we expect it to look nice, we need to be prepared to do that. These bridges, again, I think I said this already, Once the state construction project is finished, they will be our bridges. They're the state responsibility for maintenance. The state responsibility for inspection will remain. They always, every other year, their staff inspects every bridge in the state and gives us reports regarding their sufficiency rating. But those bridges will be city-owned when their construction is done.
So
So where do we, what is our, like from the last report, what is the state of our bridges right now?
Gosh. I'm going to look to Sarah for help on that one. I do not have the numbers offhand. I will say that relative to the rest of the city, the bridges on the map,
I mean, are they at the point of
the red dots and the blue
shutting
dots
down?
are generally lower than average. They're some of our lower rated bridges compared to the rest of the city. That's why they appeared on the state funding list to begin with.
And Rob, is there a option to combine option 2 and 3 to kind of do both?
I know what you're looking for. Yes, absolutely. There could be an option to look at some kind of stone treatment in addition to some kind of, I don't have a rendering of what that looked like, but some kind of, call it a gateway monument, something vertical in advance of the bridges that would symbolize it as something unique to the city.
Yeah, that's easy.
And when you do the stone treatment, when you come out and they usually have the guardrail, do we have to have that shiny new guardrail, or can we?
Oh, we don't? Oh, we can talk about if we want to not do metal, but not do timber. Typically, the middle ground there is painted brown that the city would then have to maintain once the state construction is finished.
We've done that in quite a few areas in the city.
Are we kind of good with the 2 and 3, and y'all bring us some options? Kind of, will we get some visual options later on? Is that the plan, or?
We can go the route of 2 and 3 and make that request back to the State Bridge Office and their engineers, and then follow up if there's any kind of pushback or any kind of concern. I'm pretty confident that the stone look, along with the painted brown guardrail, would be something we could get them to say yes to without having to elevate.
Okay. All right, everybody? Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And
Without giving up our control over the truck routes
Correct.
somehow. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There are no public hearing items. We'll move on to the zoning agenda. Will the city clerk please sound and read the zoning rules and sound the item?
Mr. Mayor, we're going to do first presentation.
Sorry, I am jumping.
Might want to do that first.
Yep. Thank you, city attorney. The city clerk will please sound the first presentation item.
That first item is consideration of an ordinance of the City of Milton, Georgia to amend Chapter 56 of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia to update the definition of personal transportation vehicle and for other lawful purposes. Agenda item number 23154. Item B is consideration of an ordinance of the City of Milton, Georgia to revise and update speed zones and regulations regarding vehicular speeds within the city limits and to provide for enforcement of those regulations. Agenda item number 23155. Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
I have a question for our city attorney. Are we voting on these this evening collectively or individually?
Oh, right. I think at this point, we need to divide them up. So why don't we make one motion for first presentation item A and one motion for first presentation item B?
All right. So that being the case, I need to recuse myself from the first item on the agenda. Excuse myself. I'm not going to participate in the vote on the PTV first presentation due to pending litigation and extraordinary circumstances.
Okay. So I will open it for a motion to approve agenda item number 23-154.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we approve agenda item number 23-154.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilor Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 23-154. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Move on to the next first presentation item.
Amy, just to clarify, I did participate in that vote.
Did you call for that item B yet?
I did, but I can reread it.
No,
if I
no,
need
you
to.
no, you don't need to.
I did.
I'd like to make a motion. What?
Redo that for.
No, she
Georgia.
just.
No, it's done, it was done correctly.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to approve, or like to make a motion on agenda item number 23155. I'd like to open that up for a motion.
Mayor, make a motion, we approve agenda item number 23-155.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Moore to approve agenda item number 23-155. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Okay, that one was unanimous. Now we will move on to the zoning agenda. Will the city clerk please sound and read the zoning rules and sound the first item?
When the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda, these items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting, which includes a zoning agenda. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will also be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. The applicant may choose to save some time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks provided time remains. Those called to speak will be taken in order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and their recommendations have been forwarded to the mayor and council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the council during the meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the council in consideration of your application should have already been submitted to the Community Development Department and is included in the normal distribution of packages to the council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our zoning agenda tonight is consideration of ZM 2301, VC 2302, located at 850 and 875 Hickory Flat Road, with an existing zoning of C1 and AG1 by Old Crossroad Properties LLC, Mr. W. Curtis Mills Jr., for a request to modify Condition 2A to revise site plan received by the Community Development Department on April the 5th, 2023, to develop a restaurant and events facility in the following two concurrent variances. To allow the new Village Center Building, 7-acre breakfast and pavilion, to be set back more than 10 feet from Hickory Flat Road. And 2, to allow new Village core buildings to be located less than 75 feet from the overall development boundaries, east property line. This first presentation was made at the June 5th regular council meeting. It is agenda item number 23135. Our Community Development Department, Ms. Robin McDonald.
Excuse me, was the council going to swap out the old business with the zoning agenda? Was there a?
No. No, we're going with this one.
Okay. Cool. So before I start the presentation, after deliberation with the city clerk, the first presentation was printed correctly with all the zoning modification and concurrent variances, but this one somehow was not published correctly. For the agenda, all of the legal ads have been done and done correctly.
Can you clarify that, Ken?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so the first presentation had a four-part concurrent variance. As you noted in the zoning agenda header, this evening it only shows 2 variances. And in fact, even the second variance isn't referenced in the four-part concurrent variance that was in the first presentation or that is in the backup. So what I can tell you is that that's going to be a procedural problem with respect. So for us taking action this evening, so my recommendation is going to be, let's go ahead and have the public hearing, have the staff presentation. The council can consider it, the council can debate it, but I'm going to want another zoning hearing on this because the agenda header was not.
Okay, when we talk about zoning and procedures, I want to make sure we get stuff done right.
I agree.
So,
And I think we owe that to the applicant. We owe that to the citizens. People that rely upon the agenda need to know that our agendas are accurate. And so again, I'm nothing fatal here. We just need to go ahead and have the public hearing, let people come and speak, and the council can debate and discuss. But I'm going to want to do this over again at the next regular meeting.
okay. Is council okay with that?
So does that mean that no action's taken at the end?
Tonight, that is correct. No action will be taken at the end this evening.
Okay, but it gives the community who assembled this evening an opportunity to weigh in.
Absolutely.
As advertised.
Absolutely.
Or incorrectly advertised.
That's correct.
We're not asking them, well, this is one opportunity of 2 they may have, or if they can't come, tonight is a great chance for them to.
So,
and they can come again.
Ken, let me ask you a question. If there was going to be a deferral tonight based on X, Y, and Z, we can't even take that action. I can't take a deferral.
Could defer it, but you're going to be deferring it to another public hearing
Okay.
agenda at the next regular meeting.
Okay. Let's go, Robin. See ya. Thanks.
Let me get my water.
Okay.
Sounds like a long one.
Okay. Okay, tonight, the applicant is the Old Crossroads Properties LLC, Mr. Curtis Mills. The property contains 6.486 acres. It includes both the C1 and AG1 zoning districts. The existing uses currently is Matilda's Music Under the Pines and 7 Acre Bar and Grill. Tonight, the request is to construct a new restaurant with patio seating and an event facility with outdoor space. So this is the property that we're discussing tonight in this reverse L. Then this is the zoning map. It bisects both AG1 property here as well as C1. This is just going a little bit of history. This is a site plan approved by council on June 18th, 2018 for the use permit for Matilda's. The initial request to be located here or a structure relocated to this position, and what was the Bice store, and now 7 Acre Bar and Grill was at the corner of Birmingham Highway and Hickory Flat. A little more than a year later, in 2019, the applicant came back for what we call a zoning modification, asking to modify the use permit. And there was a 4-part concurrent variance that went along with it. So here you can see that they've outlined parking to be proposed, as well as a bathroom facility to be proposed, and additional parking in the back along the transmission line. Now today, the applicant is requesting a zoning modification to the site plan that was approved in 2019, along with a concurrent 4-part concurrent variance that we'll discuss tonight. So here you have, again, the 7 Acre Bar and Grill, the existing parking here, and then this is a new building. This is an open patio and another new building to the back. And then this is the existing structures of Matilda's, the bathroom, barn, and then the actual stage. And this area here is the existing septic area. And then back here is the proposed septic area. And then the We asked the applicant to submit a hydrology report, a preliminary hydrology report. And this is the area that they're proposing to do above ground that may also include the need for underground. But the applicant's professional engineer did submit the preliminary hydro to our department and has been reviewed and is satisfactory to continue on with the process if this gets approved. Some history and background. As stated before, the applicant and property owner, Mr. Curtis Mills, was granted the use permit, and I walked through the different site plans. First, for the festival or event indoor-outdoor on June 18th, 2018. It was originally approved for 250 people for the two events approved through a special event permit and 200 people in attendance at any given time for each concert performance, along with 9 concurrent variances to allow the operation of Matilda's Under the Pines. Subsequently, the applicant requested and was granted a zoning modification in September of 19 by the mayor and city council to revise the site plan, as I showed you, related to parking location in the power easement and the proposed permanent bathroom facility and associated septic area. And they requested a larger number of people in attendance for 300 for the 2 events and a special event permit for the special event permits and 250 people in attendance at any given time for each concert or performance, along with a 4-part concurrent variance. So we're here today. And the current request is that the applicant wants to relocate an 1890s era farmhouse located at St. Aidan's Episcopal Church over on Cogburn Road. So here's a picture of it to the right as it sits currently. And this building would be repurposed into a newly created restaurant, which would be integrated into new construction consistent with the local vernacular style of architecture. And the current requests are the total square footage for this new repurposed building is 2,640 square feet. There will be a total of 715 square feet of open patio solely for the restaurant's use, divided between the courtyard area and exterior porches of the building. So this is just an elevation of the proposed building facing Hickory Flat. This white portion is that portion of the original farmhouse from Cogburn Road. There will be a total of 715 square feet, I already said that, of open patio, and you can see it here in this drawing along facing west as well as to the south facing Hickory Flat. And as I go through the report, there'll be some more elevations and I can show you the other courtyard open area. In addition, the applicant is proposing a 2,000 square foot indoor pavilion to be utilized as an event space. This will be located north of the proposed restaurant with a 1,550 square foot pavilion patio that is unconditioned between the 2 buildings. Staff notes that this use is permitted by right within the C1 zoning district. That is an event space, event facility. Below are the applicant's intent for using the new buildings in regard to the upper facility. The event facility is enclosed in an open interior barn-like structure with tables and chairs for seating. The space will be heated and cooled. Most uses will be entirely inside and enclosed area. The southern wall adjoining the open patio area is designed to open to the patio for integrated use when season weather allows. Patio area between the restaurant and the event pavilion. It will primarily serve the event facility when weather allows for outdoor use. A service bar is designed into the eastern border of the patio. It is closed from view from the east and closes when not in use. In regard to the lower facility, this area opens to the rear on the north end of the facility. Only the opening will be exposed from the rear and otherwise below grade. This largely fits within the natural slope with some grading. This area below the upper barn structure will serve several capacities. a kitchen bakery, to serve the event facility for catering food, cakes, baked goods. It will also serve the new restaurant and 7-acre for baked goods. The kitchen is on the left, east side of facing the rear entry, and bride and groom preparation rooms along with bathrooms. This area is on the right, west side when facing the rear entry. It's intended for food and drink offerings and potential days and hours of operation. The applicant had requested Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. through 11 p.m. Most events last 4 hours with a total of 150 guest capacity. And they are proposing amplified sound, if any, should cease at 11. And just examples of uses include school and youth award ceremonies, charity events, family celebrations, religious events, fitness, well-being, business organization meetings, educational training events, live music, and entertainment. Examples of excluded events include adult entertainment and gambling. In order for the applicant's request to be considered, a zoning modification is required to modify the site plan most recently approved in 2019, as well as the 4-part concurrent variance to allow the new village center building, 7-acre breakfast and pavilion to be set back more than 10 feet from Hickory Flat Road. 2, to allow parking in front of the newly constructed restaurant. 3, to eliminate the requirement for parking lots to be divided into small contained areas through the use of perimeter landscaping and canopy trees and eliminate parking lot landscaping. And lastly, to reduce the number of minimum required parking spaces required by use within C1 zoning district. Although parts 1 and 2 were approved pursuant to the original use permit in 2018, conditions 4M and 4N state the following from that approved case. All concurrent variances granted as part of this use permit for festivals or events, indoor, outdoor, shall run concurrent to the approved use and shall only be valid for so long as the property is so used. The concurrent variances shall expire if the approved use ceases to operate on that property for a period of 6 consecutive months. And then 4N states the approved use permit must be tied to Matilda's as the operator, with double asterisk below, stating the above condition does not, nor could it reasonably capture several hours of council discussion and deliberation regarding its intentions to the use permit. As such, city staff will interpret this condition in a manner that conforms to council's deliberations, which is that this approved music venue is intended to be operated consistent with the manner by which Matilda's has historically been operated in Alpharetta, to include consistent music genres. So one would ask, what does this all mean? Basically, once we look at this new request, we can't count on, if the mayor and city council desires to approve this in one sort of another, that there would need to be the same variances requested again for this specific use and site plan. So it is customary practice that when a concurrent variance is approved and is utilized, then it is quote unquote vested with the property. In this case, it was part of the entire 6.48 acre property when the original use permit was approved, except that the above conditions were approved to limit the applicability of approved concurrent variances. Based on these conditions, staff has determined that the concurrent variances parts 2 and 3 are needed for the new request, since the above conditions are predicated that only Matilda's or an operator similar to Matilda's is allowed to operate on the property. So the current request for the property, we have the existing 7-acre bar and grill restaurant. Required parking is located on the C1 zoned area, and Matilda's required parking is located on the AG1 zoned area on the site. Regarding part 4 of the concurrent variance, section 64-1390 states every use shall be served by off-street parking spaces as specified in division 2 of this article. Parking spaces shall serve only the designated use and shall be located on the same lot as the use unless another location is authorized in accordance with other provisions of the zoning ordinance. With the proposed restaurant and event venue, the required number of parking spaces are required to be in the C1 district. The minimum number of the parking spaces required for the new uses including the existing restaurant, are 102 parking spaces. But the area within the C1 zoning district only contains 62. Therefore, the need to request Part 4 to reduce the number of parking spaces within the C1 zoning district. So I know this will take a little bit of time, but I think it's important to talk about the background of the Birmingham Crossroads Plan. This planning document was originally adopted by Fulton County Board of Commissioners in March of 2004. Concurrently, the Board of Commissioners adopted what is known as the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District within the already existing Northwest Fulton Overlay District. So that since then, we've renamed it Rural Milton Overlay District. This overlay district, that is the Birmingham Crossroads, was also adopted into the City of Milton zoning ordinance. The plan was adopted into the Focus Fulton 2025 Comprehensive Plan, which the City of Milton, at its incorporation, adopted as their own comprehensive plan. And most recently, the 2040 Comprehensive Plan adopted by Mayor and City Council in October of 2021, as well as the plans in between. So we've carried this plan that was originally adopted in Fulton County, and then we've kept it as part of our comprehensive plan through the years. The first major item in the plan is the neighborhood node policy. The plan created an area comprised of 27.1 acres within 4 quadrants at the intersection of Birmingham Highway, Hickory Flat, and Birmingham Road. At the time of its adoption in 2004, the Crossroads was classified as a neighborhood node that consisted of 100,000 square feet of retail and service uses and 100,000 square feet of office uses, not to exceed 20,000 square feet per acre. The following topics were addressed in the plan. So obviously I don't go through every topic in the plan, but I wanted to highlight some of the major ones. And again, here you see the map that was approved with the plan, and the red represents the retail and service of 27.1 acres, but it does not, obviously you see the nursery, but that is not part of that 27.1 acres. And so specifically for the Northwest Quadrant, which consists of 5.7 acres, the plan recommended 15,000 square feet of office and 15,000 square feet of commercial. Staff notes that the existing acreage of C1 zoning is 3.67 within the 5.7 acres for this Northwest Quadrant. In order to increase the amount of commercial use or office use recommended for each quadrant, the plan recommended historic preservation incentives, of which one is the former Bice store, which is now operated as a 7-acre bar and grill. The amount of incentive per structure was 2,672 square feet for the building and 40,353 square feet for parking. So this is an analysis of the current development in the Northwest Quadrant. So please take in mind I'm adding all of the different uses, not just the subject site. 2.17 acres within C1 outside of the zoning mod is the Shell Station and Barnyard Spirits. It has, per the Fulton County Tax Assessor, 4,558 square feet. This was built prior to the adoption of the Crossroads Plan. 0.44 acre within C1 is the 7-acre bar and grill. This is per the approved building permit in 2018 of 2,752 square feet. The proposed application before you is 1.06 acres within C1. The new restaurant, the new pavilion event space, and the new basement level, the event space, is a total of 5,771 square feet. Matilda Stage within AG1, which is 4.98 acres, and the bathroom contained 1,293 square feet for a grand total of 14,374. And if we take less the historic structure that having the bonus, it goes down to 11,702 square feet. And I have over here on the red, please note that the density calculations are different than calculations for parking requirements. Patios are excluded in density calculations, but included in parking discussed later in the presentation. So I think that sometimes people have stated that there was inconsistencies between the square footages, but it is common planning practice that you do not include unconditioned spaces as part of your density. So village green or open space for the quadrant. The Birmingham Crossroads Plan recommended that the northwest quadrant provide 9,000 square feet of village green. The plan policy stated in the plan required the following. Village green shall be located in the southeast and northeast quadrants. The village green is recommended to be at least 50 feet wide and 13,000 square feet in size. When the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District was adopted originally by Fulton County in 2004, and included in the Milton zoning ordinance, it only required the village green in the southeast and northeast quadrants and not the northwest quadrant. Staff has included a condition to preserve the approximate 0.65 acres as open space, which equals the required 10% of open space per development. So just below there is a screenshot of the zoning ordinance calling out just the northeast and southeast to have the village green, which they have been developed more recently on the southeast. And I pulled the final plat for the southwest quadrant, and there is no village green, nor I cannot see any preserved 10% space, although I suspect it was along the western property line, but subsequently has been removed to allow parking through a variance approved with the Board of Zoning Appeals. Septic fields and containment. The plan also addresses the recommendations for septic fields and containment via buffers. For the northwest quadrant, it calculates a maximum of 26,890 square feet of septic fields. The existing 11,000 and proposed 9,000 septic field area for the proposed development is 20,000. The Shell station also has a septic field, but adding a small amount of field area would result in being below the recommended maximum for this quadrant of 26,890. In regard to transportation and trail path recommendations, the plan also recommended that in lieu of multiple curb cuts, it calls for an internal road system that has one entry point per road frontage. The subject site has most of its frontage along adjacent to Hickory Flat Road and approximately 100 feet adjacent to Birmingham Highway. Currently, GDOT is constructing a new roundabout at the intersection of Hickory Flat, Birmingham Road, and Birmingham Highway. With this design, there will be no access to the subject site via Birmingham Highway. Currently, there is a one-way entering the property off Hickory Flat near the existing restaurant and exiting on the western side of the property. Although it is off the subject site, the city's trail plan will create a trail north of the subject site through the City of Milton's own property between Birmingham Park to the east and Birmingham Highway north of the Shell station. In regards to the community zoning information meeting on April 25th, 7 members of the community signed the attendance sheet, and there were approximately 6 more attendees at the meeting. The following topics were discussed at the meeting. There's more detail in the staff report. Septic location, both existing and proposed, zoning/uses, issues with parking, issues with hours of operation, noise, and a list of proposed conditions that were suggested. Departmental comments. The city arborist stated the minimum canopy coverage requirements for the AG1 portion of the site is 25%. The applicant will need to show how the site will meet the minimum canopy coverage requirement with the LDP submittal. That is if this gets approved and it goes to a land disturbance permit process. The proposed new canopy trees planted 40 foot on center would be sufficient to replicate the parking lot landscape requirement of a landscape island every 6 parking space. So the arborist was responding to the applicant's request to ask for the elimination of the parking islands. So this, not saying that she's over everything, but that was her recommendation. A site visit was made on May 9th of 2023. Within the southern boundary of the power easement toward the west, there was a large amount of debris, such as old construction materials, fencing, trailers, etc. Also, north of the power easement, there has been removal of vegetation and trees since the last inspection that occurred in 2019. The transportation engineer stated, although it is off the subject site, the city's trail plan will create a trail north of the subject site through City of Milton-owned property between Birmingham Park to the east and Birmingham Highway north of the Shell station. Otherwise, there are no comments concerning this proposed development as it pertains to transportation. Prior to the approval of this request, provide a preliminary hydrology study showing the area shown on the plat is sufficient to meet Chapter 20. And as I stated earlier in the presentation, it has been submitted to staff and does suffice for the requirement that we wanted to see. The fire marshal, with the introduction of this new structure, fire no longer has an approved turnaround from Matilda's. It was the large loop gravel parking area. This new structure also requires a turnaround because of its distance from Hickory Flat Road. Please show a fire department turnaround on plan set in close proximity to Matilda's, refer to Appendix D of the IFC for acceptable turnarounds. And further, it states that the new structure will be sprinkled per city ordinance. Analysis, I'm going to start to get into the analysis of the concurrent variances. The first one being to allow the new village center building, 7-acre breakfast and pavilion, to be set back more than 10 feet from Hickory Flat Road. The proposed new restaurant and event facility within the village center are located more than 10 feet from Hickory Flat Road. Staff notes that a small percentage of the event facility is in the rural section, but since the majority is within the village center, only one request is needed. The new restaurant is located approximately 72 feet from Hickory Flat Road, and the event facility is approximately 158 feet from Hickory Flat Road. The intent of locating these buildings further than 10 feet from Hickory Flat is to allow appropriate traffic flow from the entrance to the east to the exit to the west of the site, but are still visible from the Hickory Flat and provide visual interest with the streetscape. By locating the buildings where they are proposed, the intent of the zoning ordinance is met, as stated in the overlay district section 64-1294-2, to implement village-type pattern development at the Birmingham Crossroads by having buildings with a pedestrian scale, variation in building size, architectural detailing, variation in building massing, and street orientation. Therefore, this request does not offend the spirit or intent of the zoning ordinance. Based on the fact that there is a need for parking and vehicular circulation in front of the building and that the location of the C1 zoning district runs diagonally from west to east within the parcel, therefore, by not approving this request would create an unnecessary hardship due to size, shape, or topography or other extraordinary and exceptional situations. As mentioned above, the position of the new buildings is in part based on the need to continue to provide vehicular circulation into and out of the property in front of the proposed building, and if approved, would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. By allowing the requested concurrent variance to place the new buildings further back from the road, the public safety, health, and welfare are secured, and that substantial justice is done. Therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of VC 23-02 Part 1. In regards to Part 2, to allow parking in front of the newly constructed restaurant, Section 64-1323A. As mentioned above, although a similar concurrent variance was granted pursuant to U1807, Part 8, an additional request is needed to allow parking in front of the newly constructed restaurant as shown on the revised site plan submitted on April 5th of this year. The intent of locating the new restaurant behind the existing parking is to allow appropriate traffic flow from the entrance to the east to the exit to the west of the site. In addition, there will be additional needed parking to the side and to the rear of the new restaurant. The intent of the zoning ordinance is met as stated in the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District, stating to implement village-type pattern development at the Birmingham Crossroads by having buildings with a pedestrian scale, variation in size, architectural detailing, variation in building massing, and street orientation. Therefore, this request does not offend the spirit or the intent of the zoning ordinance. Based on the fact that there is a need for parking and vehicular circulation in front of the building and the location of the C1 zoning district runs diagonally from west to east within the parcel, therefore, by not approving this request, would create an unnecessary hardship due to size, shape, or topography, or other extraordinary and exceptional situations. The position of the new restaurant is in part based on the need to continue to provide vehicular circulation into and out of the property in front of the proposed building, and if approved, would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. By allowing the requested concurrent variance to allow the existing parking to be in front of the new restaurant, the public safety, health, and welfare are secured and substantial justice is done. Therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of VC 2302, Part 2. Part 3 of VC 2302, to eliminate the requirement for parking lots to be divided into small contained areas through the use of perimeter landscaping and canopy trees, and eliminate parking lot landscaping. As mentioned above, although a similar concurrent variance was granted pursuant to U 1807, Part 6 and 9, an additional request is requested as described above, as shown on the revised site plan submitted on April 5th of this year. The applicant shows new canopy trees planted along the east property line between parking rows in the center and along the western parking row within a 60-foot setback planted 40 feet on center. There are also additional trees proposed at the end of the parking aisles. The new canopy trees are to be 4-inch caliper, diameter at breast height at the time of planting, and to be planted 40 feet on center. This will be reflected in the recommended conditions. In addition, the revised site plan shows the area of tree removal with hatched diagonal lines. The assumption is that the applicant wants to create additional parking spaces. These additional spaces are reflected in the site plan titled Zoning Modification Hydrology Concept for 7-Acre Breakfast, received on April 5th, 2023. Based on this site plan, it indicates an additional 13 parking spaces located on the western row of parking closer to Matilda's stage. Staff will require that adjacent to this proposed parking, canopy trees will be planted 40 feet on center. Please note that if any of these trees are determined to be specimen trees, that is in the hatched area as outlined in section 60-9, and are allowed to be removed, replacement requirements shall be 150% of the square feet of tree canopy center cover removed. The proposed layout of the relocated parking with existing trees adjacent to the existing parking, as well as providing additional canopy trees within the development adjacent to the parking aisles, provide canopy coverage adjacent to the parking. In addition, the required additional canopy trees planted 40 feet on center provide more trees for shade on the parking lot than a tree island every 6 parking space, in such a way that this request does not offend the spirit or intent of the zoning ordinance. In other words, if there is a tree island every 6 space, it's a tree every 60 feet instead of a tree every 40 feet on center. The applicant's proposed layout of the relocated parking, existing trees adjacent to the existing parking, as well as providing additional canopy trees within the development adjacent to the parking aisles, break up the parking. Since the majority of parking already exists, requiring the applicant to develop the parking lots as required is an exceptional situation or condition not caused by the applicant. The existing and proposed relocation of the parking and associated additional landscaping on the site, if approved, would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. And lastly, by allowing the requested concurrent variance to allow the existing and proposed parking to be located as shown on the revised site plan with the additional landscaping, the public safety, health, and welfare are secured, and that substantial justice is done. Therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of VC 2302, Part 3. In regards to Part 4, to reduce the number of minimum required parking spaces required by use within the C1 zoning district. The zoning ordinance requires that the minimum required number of parking spaces be relocated on the same zoning district parcel as the use. Previously, the approved site plan associated with the use permit that includes the C1 zoning district provided the required number of parking spaces in the C1 zoning district area. With the proposed additional restaurant and event space, the following number of parking spaces are required on C1. 7-acre bar and grill restaurant, 10 spaces per 1,000 square feet, including outside seating, equals a total of 33 parking spaces. The proposed new restaurant, again at 10 spaces per 1,000, including outside seating, would require another 33 parking spaces. The proposed new event space indoor, which includes spaces for preparing for events and kitchen for event space and bakery, one space per 35 square feet within the largest assembly area that's not fixed seating. So that was calculated by the architect as being 1,500 square feet. So on the site plan, I think it shows either 2,000 or 2,200 total for that building for the first floor. But the zoning ordinance only requires to consider the largest assembly area, and that equals 43 parking spaces. The outdoor event space, 2 spaces per 1,000 square feet. There's 1,550 square feet would require 3 parking spaces. Proposed new event space, the outdoor patio. This area will not be used at the same time as the indoor portion, but events will move from outside to inside and vice versa, depending on the event. The total number of parking spaces required before the required 10% reduction per the Birmingham Overlay District is 112. A 10% reduction reduces the number to 101. And the number of existing and proposed parking spaces within solely the C1 zoning district, shown on the revised site plan, is 62 parking spaces. Now I'll go through the analysis of this concurrent variance. The site plan with existing and proposed parking is short by 39 parking spaces within the C1 zoning district. Staff notes that there are 22 existing and 13 proposed parking spaces for a total of 35 parking spaces within the AG1 zoning district south of Matilda's. There are also 70 parking spaces shown within the Georgia Power easement further to the north. Based on the fact that the event facility will not have events every day, and the majority of them will be after the proposed restaurant closes, there will be sufficient parking for the other 2 restaurants. Therefore, this request does not offend the spirit or intent of the zoning ordinance. Since there is a need for parking and vehicular circulation in front of the building and that the location of the C1 zoning district runs diagonally from west to east within the parcel, by not approving this request would create an unnecessary hardship due to size, shape, or topography or other extraordinary and exceptional situations. Parking may occur outside of the C1 zoning district to relieve parking issues so long as Matilda's is in operation and the use permit remains that allows parking within the AG1 zoning district. In addition, Matilda's only operates between May 1st and October 31st with no more than 30 events during the time, either on Friday and or Saturday. The proposed new 7-acre breakfast restaurant is proposed to operate between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., but staff will recommend that it close at 3 p.m. as originally stated at the CZIM, which will be partially at different times than the existing restaurant that operates during lunch and dinner hours. Lastly, to ensure that there will be adequate parking if the event facility has an event and a concert occurs at Matilda's simultaneously, staff will recommend a condition that events held at the event facility shall not occur concurrently with concerts or any 2 special events allowed at Matilda's. Therefore, the reduction of required parking spaces would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good and surrounding properties. The reduction of required parking from 101 to 62 parking spaces within the C1 zoning district will be utilized on various days and hours. Also, events at the proposed event facility cannot occur concurrently with concerts or any 2 special event permits allowed at Matilda's. In addition, there is available parking within the AG1 zoning district that can be utilized. Therefore, the public safety, health, and welfare is secured and substantial justice is done. And therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of Part 4. So now we have the analysis and recommendation of the actual zoning modification to modify the site plan. So basically, this is requesting to replace the existing site plan for the entire 6.5 acres from June 25th, 2019, and replacing it with the revised site plan of April 5th, 2023. The applicant has requested, already said all that ahead of it. So these are the items that they're proposing to change on the site plan. The new restaurant with 2,640 square feet and 750 square feet of outdoor patio area. New indoor event space with 2,000 square feet, again, largest assembly area, 1,500. Within indoor event space and basement is a bakery, kitchen, and prep room, bathroom events with 1,131 square feet. An outdoor pavilion patio adjacent to indoor event space with 1,550 square feet. Where the new 7-acre breakfast restaurant is located, approximately 35 parking spaces have been proposed to be removed. Number 6, 2,340 square feet of tree removal located on the central/west portion of the site plan below Matilda's. On the hydrology site plan, it shows additional parking. Proposed new canopy trees planted 40 feet on center along the east property line and between parking rows and along western portion of the site within the 60-foot no activity zone. Proposed additional parking spaces on the eastern and western portions of the 100-foot Georgia Power easement. Parking removed 7 spaces along Birmingham Highway at the intersection where the roundabout is being constructed, and the new septic field area, approximately 11,000 square feet. So before you on your dais is a set of recommended conditions that is different than what was published in the packet this past week. Yes, the one that has, it's stapled and has some red on the front. So I'm going to step through what our staff's recommended conditions. 80% of it is pretty similar to the what was published, but there are some changes that we're recommending. So regarding the above requested days and times of operation and related operational issues, the recommended conditions are at the end of this report. Staff notes that days and hours of operation and other operational requirements were taken from the approved rural event facility located on Batesville Road, which has been in operation for more than 5 years. The proposed permitted noise is consistent with that of Matilda's use permit. The applicant and his architect have been working with the city architect with the design of the relocated farmhouse buildings, architecture, and expansion of the new restaurant and event facility. It was presented to the design review board on May 2nd as a courtesy building review. The zoning modification does not require a review by the DRB, but the applicant wanted to proceed in the design of the new buildings and receive feedback on them. If this zoning modification and associated variances are approved by the mayor and city council, a final building review will be required prior to the approval of the building permits. The DRB made the following courtesy comments regarding the new buildings. The DRB supports the proposed location of the building on the site. The DRB recommends adding brackets and mutton on the windows, provide colors for the roof and gutter, provide railing details, provide all material specifications. So again, this was shown at the beginning of the report, some of the elevations. So based on the discussions above, along with the recommended approval of the 4-part concurrent variance, staff recommends approval of zoning modification ZM 23-01. So what I'm going to show on the presentation is the same as what you have in your, as a handout. So again, substantial compliance with the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on April 5th, 2023, and whereby the exact layout of the project may contain minor deviations approved by the Community Development Director, provided the deviations remain consistent with the purpose and intent of the council's approval of the use permit. Notwithstanding the contents of the site plan, the project must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance, all other applicable city ordinances, and those conditions. The site plan may be revised with the approval of Community Development Director in order to comply with city codes and zoning conditions. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. So staff recommends approval conditional ZM 2301, in addition, approval of parts 1 through 4 of VC 2302. So this is the first page of conditions. So I included in black as 1A, 1B, and 1C, which was approved with the use permit. And then now D would be adding to that 1 Condition 1, notwithstanding Condition C above, a maximum of 8,523 square feet within the C1 zoning district. So specifically conditioning those square footages of all the existing and proposed buildings. Notwithstanding Condition C above, to exclude billboards, fast food restaurants, gas and service stations, commercial amusements, cinemas not included, retail packaged distilled spirit store, that's our new verbiage for a liquor package store, motels, hotels, adult bookstores, adult entertainment establishments, check cashing stores, convenience stores, video arcades, pool halls, nail salons, beauty salons, barber shops, flea markets, discount retail shops, roadside vending, roadside produce stands, or seasonal vending. And you're all asking where in the world that come from, but many of you who are here for many years know that this was the set of conditions that were approved with the other three corners of the conditional zoning. So we wanted to be consistent with this fourth corner once the opportunity came to be able to condition the corner consistently with the other three zone corners that were done in 2004 by Fulton County. So again, I already reviewed how this would be changed to April 5th. To the owner's agreement to the following use requirements, event facility days and hours of operation shall be limited to Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Music ends no later than 11. Alcohol ceases service 15 minutes before 11 p.m. All attendees shall leave the premises no later than 11. Breakdown and cleanup facilities shall be completed by 12 midnight. And then we talk about the event facility days and hours for Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I won't go through it all, but basically it's a little bit less closing time. And again, this is consistent with Little River Farms, although I did clarify what it meant by being done by 12 midnight or being done by 11 p.m. So that was the only change between the published conditions and this one, was just clarifying what it meant to be done by 12 midnight or 11 p.m., depending on the days. In regards to the event facility and restaurant uses, oh, let me just go back to say, you're thinking, why did you start with C? Doesn't it start with A? Well, there's already an A and B under 3 under the existing conditions, either under the zoning modification or the original use permit. So I just want you to know that I can do the alphabet. E, event facility and restaurant uses. Amplified sound shall only be located within the enclosed buildings. All noise shall not exceed a maximum of 70 dBA measured at the property lines. Again, this is consistent with the first one, the Little River Farms with the enclosed building, and dBA of 70 of the adjacent Matildas. The maximum number of attendees per event is 150 for the event facility. G, the kitchen bakery located in lower level of the event facility will not provide retail service, but to serve only the event facility and adjoining proposed and existing restaurants. Meaning that we didn't want it to be manufacturing or a distribution center for the applicant's other facilities around Milton and other jurisdictions. E, the event facility shall not hold events concurrently with any concerts or the 2 permitted special events for Matildas. This is a new condition since from what was previously published. And F, days and hours of operation of the proposed new restaurant shown on the revised site plan submitted on April 5th shall be from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Sunday through Saturday. In regards to site development considerations, again, there's multiple conditions from the other zoning applications. T, provide open space in the amount of 0.65 acre of which shall remain undeveloped, located immediately to the north of the Georgia Power easement within the AG1 zoning district, but outside of the required 75-foot stream buffer and bound by the city of Milton, Birmingham Park to the east. All newly planted canopy trees within the parking lot for both C1 and AG1 zoning districts shall be a minimum of 4-inch caliper in size. All newly planted canopy trees adjacent to any newly developed parking spaces adjacent to the existing parking lot and within the parking rows for both the C1 and AG1 zoning districts shall be planted a minimum of 40 feet on center. This landscape plan shall be approved by the city arborist at the time of the land disturbance permit submittal. Provide 13 additional parking spaces within the AG1 zoning district adjacent to the 60-foot activity buffer just south of the assembly area for Matilda's. So again, this is based on the site plan that was received on April 5th. And then we have the concurrent variance approvals. One, to allow the new village center buildings to be set back more than 10 feet from Hickory Flat Road as shown on the revised site plan received on April 5th. To allow parking in front of the newly constructed restaurant as shown on the revised site plan submitted to the department on April 5th. And to eliminate the requirement for parking lots to be divided into small contained areas through the use of perimeter landscaping and canopy trees, and eliminate parking lot landscaping as shown on the revised site plan submitted to the Community Development Department on April 5th. And lastly, to reduce the number of minimum required parking spaces required by use within the C1 zoning district to 68 parking spaces. I believe that's supposed to be 62 parking spaces. I'm sorry. And with that, we have any questions?
Okay, any questions for Robin before we have public comment?
No, after comment, I will.
Okay. We will open it up for public comment. Tammy, do we have any in support and opposition?
We do, Mayor. We have in both.
Okay, so we go support first.
And I'll do them in the order they were received in this first batch. There is the public comment cards at the end for the owner and the architects.
Okay, that's 10 minutes per side, correct?
It's 10 minutes per side, yes.
Okay.
I would like to invite Mr. Doug McCurry to the podium, please.
My name is Doug McCurry. I live at 830 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia. Live in a house that used to belong to my grandparents on property that's been in my family for over 100 years. The reason I'm here today is, I guess, in support of the plan that Robin presented. And from what I've understood is latest this afternoon, there may be some additional things floating around that are not up here. But anyway, this project is something that I've been well aware of for quite some time. Curtis, the applicant, has kept my wife and I both well informed of the concept of moving the restaurant of the old house and incorporating it as a restaurant. Originally, he was talking about it being a breakfast restaurant use. It expanded somewhat to the current iteration as a restaurant and events pavilion. The proposed location, as described here tonight, puts it over on his east property line nearest the Shell station and close to that line. And all efforts were made from his considerations of trying to make sure it mitigated any adverse impact or any undue impact that it might have on our residential property, which is directly right next to it on the west side. We made several suggestions. Curtis incorporated all of those into our plan to make the parking even better than what had originally been proposed, and just to us and not to the staff. And also for allowing space to include more landscaping to enhance the overall property, as well as the aesthetics of the overall project. This was certainly not something my wife and I ever really imagined living next door to. It is something we recognize as an acceptable use for the C1 property,
and it's well within Mr. Mills's rights as the property owner to construct such a facility. He has, as noted, kept us informed and continues to update us on the project, which as of late today, we were made aware that there was concerns that the parking was too visible, the buildings were set back too far from the road. I'm not quite sure where all the concerns came from, but some of the iterations that were sent to us moved the entire facility over to our east property line, right at the buffer line, and it moved it from where Robin presented it there. Again, that came from an architect. What prompted that, I don't know. I'm not aware anyway. So with that, I did not know if that was going to be a consideration tonight or if it was part of the package. I really didn't have any idea. So with that, what I would request is that the project, as y'all go forward with it, pretty much be maintained where it was designed originally and as presented by the staff. Certainly moving it up to the road and on right at our east line obstructs the view of the parking, but it also, it sort of interrupts our peace of mind and quality of life as it's right next to us. And it also really restricts the amount of landscaping and beautification that they can aesthetically do for the project itself, because all the parking and driveway will be right behind it. And then there's not going to be room to really get in and do a lot of other things, it doesn't appear. So I know that y'all are going to make a good, work on this. And I did not know if it's going to be voted on tonight. Obviously it's not. And if I need to come back, I can come back. But I know y'all have got a lot of voices to process. You got a lot of plans to consider, legal considerations. But again, based on the way staff made the original presentation, that's the plan that we had worked with Curtis on originally, and that we basically sort of signed off on. Anything beyond that, we have not seen any detail on it. Maybe y'all haven't either, I don't know. So, but with that, I just ask that y'all use the same consideration that Curtis has had for our well-being as you go forward with your decision-making. And then just make sure it's a good project for the community and the city of Milton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Ms. Hazel Gerber to the podium, please.
Okay. And how many do we have in
So-
support? Because I want to make sure the applicant has time to speak.
Yep, the rest of the three are that group.
After Ms. Gerber, then it's the architect and the owners.
Okay.
And Ms. Gerber has dropped this off to share with the council.
Good evening. My name is Hazel Gerber. I live at 2845 Commonwealth Circle, Milton. I am speaking in favor of 23-135 because of its inclusion of the house now located at 13560 Cockburn Road. The house we now know as the Duricott Wallace House is part of Milton City's history. I'm a member of St. Aidan's Episcopal Church and of the Milton Historical Society, and I speak on behalf of both of those groups. The brief report I gave you, I think that's been going around, on the history of the house explains the significance of the property. First, it is on the 2015 survey of Milton's historical properties. When it was constructed circa 1900, the area was unsettled and the house was a humble structure. The land was owned by investors and speculators, and the house was occupied by tenants. It remained as such for over 40 years when it was purchased, renovated, and occupied by James Howard and Ruby L.V. Duricott, who raised their family there.
In the mid-1990s, St. Aidan's purchased the property, renovated the house, and for a time used it for various purposes. The significance of that renovation is that it was done in honor and remembrance of John Wallace, who was killed in the bombing of the World Trade Center. We come to the present. The church no longer uses the house and has no practical reason to maintain it. If it is not relocated and repurposed, it will be torn down and Milton will lose part of its history. I'm so sorry, I'm emotional about this.
Okay, take your time.
Part of its history and part of the nation's history. Moved and repurposed, the house will become part of an exciting new project. As such, it will reflect the exciting growth experienced by the city of Milton. Therefore, I urge the council to vote in favor of Mr. Mills' plans to develop the 7-acre restaurant and, the breakfast restaurant and the pavilion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tammy, since we have a minute and a half left, I would like to ask council if we can add 10 minutes to the applicant, and then that will go to the opposition. Is council okay with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Make that in the form of a motion.
Make a motion? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to add 10 minutes to the applicant's time, which would in return go to 10 minutes to opposition.
Second.
Okay. I made the motion. Councilman Jacobus seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Please call the next speaker.
Mayor, I invite Mr. Kenneth Ellsworth to the podium, please.
Hi, I'm Kenny Ellsworth. Is that coming through okay?
Yep.
Kenny Ellsworth, 1631 South Gordon Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310. I'm with Studio Sogo, the architect for the project. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. Robin did a great job summarizing the project to date. We've been working on this almost 2 years, and I even learned a few things in that. The zoning justifications that we gave were valid, and a lot of that is in zoning speak. So I wanted to just kind of say some of the other ideas that we had for why we placed the buildings where we did in their orientations. As Mr. McCurry noted, we had done some other studies as well, placing them closer to the road, closer to the east side, and other things. And we really believe that the site plan that we have prepared for you is the best for this property for a few reasons. One of those is to be sensitive to the McCurrys. You know, Curtis is very interested in being as sensitive as he can to that more rural use to the east. The other reason is we have a gas station on the east side, and we wanted to use our building as a way to try to screen some of that as well, both the buildings and the landscaping around it. So placing the buildings on that side, I think serves both of those uses very well. We also wanted to minimize impact to the existing business that's on the site, the existing 7-acre bar and grill, which is why it's pushed back a little. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, will you please call the next speaker?
Mayor, I invite Mr. Curtis Mills to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Mills, and I live at 16355 Birmingham Highway. That's 1 mile north of the crossroads. My office is at 15800 Birmingham Highway in the old 1864 called the Newton House building across from 7-acre and the property. I'm the applicant, along with Chris Sedgwick and Josh Reed as partners. I'm going to move quickly. I have no idea how much time we have left. I know there are other speakers, but invite you to ask me questions for support on the points I'm about to make. As a couple of people have said, we've been at this for 2 years, and It's been a long row. At 11:59 and 59 seconds, conditions were, actually, let me pause and say that Robin McDonald and I are old good friends, work together. I respect her. I'm not ragging on staff, but I have some issues. Conditions were reported and published before I even got to see them, a handful as recently as Friday, with no opportunity to work on them. 4 of them are either completely unworkable or almost unworkable. Had I known 2 years ago that they would be on the table, we just wouldn't have gone forward. No, part as friends, et cetera. So I'm going to list those. Number 1, the can't operate the events facility on the 30 nights that Matilda is in play. The event facility was only added to make this economically feasible. Moving the building, building an industrial professional kitchen for it, and the seating for a breakfast brunch place was not going to carry itself. Chris Sedgwick's experience with the events facility said, okay, that'll justify it. Wedding receptions are the primary revenue contributor there. Matilda's operates in the 6 warm months of the year. Saturdays, 30 Saturdays in the 6 more months of the year are the prime wedding season. Knocking that out makes it completely untenable. Not that we'd use them all, but some of them. Next point, the open space, 10% of the parcel size is required for open space. We already have 2.13 acres of qualified open space, which is 33% of the parcel. The additional 0.65, which is another 10%, brings us to 43%. That's the last piece of the parcel that remains and the only remaining land that perks. We may need that for failure of the existing drain field, or maybe some other purposes, but it's already more than met. It's like 330% of the requirement. I don't think I should have to give up that land. Eggs and Toast, by the way, is our working name for the new restaurant. A new condition was added on Friday, and Robin talked about it, where she dropped on a can't start before 7 a.m., can't end after 3 a.m. That came out of thin air. Why would you put a 7 a.m. earliest start on a breakfast place if it was determined that it needed to be open a little earlier? Same argument on the back end. Just don't see it. And lastly, there was an unrelated condition that Robin was talking about. She called it an opportunity to make that corner the same as the other 3. In talking with her about that, she sent me some code section 641943. I didn't look it up. She gave it to me. City council can make one of 5 or can take one of 5 decision actions in a hearing. And I'll spare you all of them, but it's essentially approve, partial approve, deny, defer, or accept withdrawal. And the last one is, and I'll read it to you, this is exactly the way it reads: approve and impose conditions related to the application being considered. So the 21 business types that were listed in that list that I could never put on that property are completely unrelated to a breakfast restaurant and an event facility. I don't get it. It's they're not related. I think it limits the value of the property for no legitimate reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, the final card for the support side is I invite Mr. Chris Sedgwick to the podium, please.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and Council, hi, my name is Chris Sedgwick. I reside at 13050 Bethany Road in Milton, Georgia. First, I'd like to thank Robin and Bob. The project has been about 2 years. I'm sitting here watching a recap of Robin talk about this, and I'm amazed that she could kind of get through all the details and the job that you guys have to do to listen to it and try to go ahead and make sense out of what it is. I think overall, I was a little surprised today. I have with me a copy of what some of the conditions were, and there were 30 conditions, I think, altogether. And then there were some added on today. And just to repeat what Curtis said, I ask that the council kind of looks at it if they can and try to strike the restrictions H and I. The one is on concurrent events. I've been in the restaurant business 45 years. I don't know of a restaurant that could exist if they couldn't go ahead and operate on Friday or Saturday. The second one is we had asked for hours from 7 to 5. That didn't mean we're going to be open at 7 o'clock in the morning. And I think Robin reduced it to 9 to 3. I'm not sure why decisions like that get made. It really got made on Friday. We've been working on this, and it is complex. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. Robin said she wanted the opportunity to be consistent, and I think that's consistency is great. But I think another word for consistency is homogeny. And if you take away event facilities, restaurants, those kind of things, and the ability for us to be able to have and make a living doing it, you're going to go ahead and find that you have a city void of opportunity to see your daughter get married or see your, sit down and have a coffee with a friend. They're going to go ahead and go to Alpharetta. Ultimately, the fabric of who we are is community. So I'd like you to see what you could do to go ahead and try to go ahead and strike those two conditions. Other than that, I think everybody did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll start the opposition side now. I would like to invite Ms. Mary Cronk to the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mary Cronk, and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton, just about 3/4 of a mile from the current 7-acre bar and grill. On Friday, I emailed you all extensive comments, but tonight I will only focus on those of most importance. Birmingham Crossroads is an important defining character area of Milton. It was purposefully planned to incorporate rural landscapes with small-scale commercial businesses that line the street to provide the look and feel of the village. Milton's largest park is located here. Small farms with horses and cows line Hickory Flat Road and Birmingham Road, and even Publix agreed to scale their store to an appropriate size for Milton and included landscape parking islands in their parking lots in accordance with our code. Birmingham Crossroads area was not designed for dense or intense commercial use. Because of the intensity of use, the current plan you've been presented with does not fit into this purposefully planned community. So how could this plan impact Birmingham Crossroads, and why do I think it doesn't fit? Under the current plan, on any given Friday and or Saturday, an evening between May and October, we could have Matilda's with 250 attendees, the new event space with 150 attendees, 7-acre with about 100 guests, and potentially the new restaurant with 110 guests, which could all be open and operating at the same time, since the new restaurant is not limited to breakfast and lunch service only. This alone adds up to over 600 people, not including the staff that's needed to run each operation. It's hard to imagine something of this size with about 650 people, this commercial scale being appropriate in the Birmingham Crossroads area. In addition to the people, you have to consider the cars. Staff's calculations now show that 101 parking spaces are needed to support 7-acre, the new restaurant, and the new event space. Since our ordinances require parking for C1 uses to be on C1 land, all 101 parking spaces should be located on C1 land. However, under this plan, only 62 of those required 101 parking spaces can actually fit on C1 land, with the remaining 39 spaces placed on AG1 land. And this isn't just a handful of parking spaces that we're talking about, but almost 40% of the parking spaces needed to support these three businesses must be located on AG1 land. Is this the way we envisioned our AG1 land in Birmingham Crossroads being used? This is a clear indication that adding a new restaurant and a new event space is too intense a use for Birmingham Crossroads. If this plan is approved, this would be the only place in Milton where C1 commercial uses are legally permitted to park on AG1 land. While this property is within the urban growth boundary, others may see this as an opening or an opportunity to use AG1 land for C1 uses in other areas, which is contrary to the purpose of our recently approved urban growth boundaries. While we're talking about cars, let's talk about traffic and safety. If you've been to 7 Acre, you know that the curb cut closest to 7 Acre, to the restaurant, is used as both a vehicular entrance to the property and the area where people walk across to get into the restaurant. With the new roundabout coming, whose impact is unknown at this point, and the increase in vehicular traffic guaranteed by this plan, a traffic safety study is imperative and should be included in this plan. The number of people on this property and the number of cars required by this plan all lead to the same conclusion. This plan contains too much commercial stuff on too little C1 land. For this reason, the plan as proposed and the variances required by it should be denied. Thank you for your time and attention. Your actions and the actions of past councils are what safeguard Milton's rural heritage and our beautiful city's future.
Thank you.
Mayor, invite Julie Zonner Bailey to the podium, please.
I really gave the other packet that has the paper clip on it with the 2 items. Yes. So each of you have a copy of that.
Yeah, before I begin my statements, I'll just say that before the meeting began, I did provide a letter that I had sent to each of you, just so you would have that in hard copy. I would ask that that letter become a matter of the record. I also provided a list of proposed conditions that go beyond what staff has recommended. I would also just say that procedurally, it seems, I know that I'm confused a bit procedurally where we are. I recognize that our city attorney has suggested a deferral because the conditions that were noted were incorrect. I also, however, watching the descriptions as we went through this evening, and again, I always applaud staff for their efforts, there remain some errors in the conditions that were presented tonight. And so whatever happens, I would ask that procedurally we cure those errors. The numbers that I had as recently as today are different than the numbers that I had this evening. So I do think that procedurally we've got a number of things that need to be cured, including a corrected analysis. And I think that goes beyond just this evening. And we certainly need to give that our attention going forward so that all parties have appropriate information, including, of course, mayor and council. With that, I will begin my statements for the record. Good afternoon, good evening. I think we started in the afternoon. We're now fully in the evening. My name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I live at 255 Hickory Flat Road in Milton, Georgia. The request to add a new restaurant, an event facility, and a bakery in addition to the existing restaurant is simply too much density for the C1 land that's available on this site. The commercial uses requested and their respective intensities are the primary factors driving the request for most of the 4 concurrent variances. The amount of C1 land available for the proposed uses is simply not adequate to handle the intensity for use for the proposed uses. This is a classic example of a request for too much density and too intense a use on the existing C1 land. The claim that the variances are a function of extraordinary or exceptional situations or conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property is ridiculous. It's silly, almost. There's nothing extraordinary nor exceptional with this C1 land other than the fact that it's not enough C1 land to accommodate the multiple proposed uses and still meet the zoning requirements of the city of Milton. There's approximately 1 acre of C1 land available for new commercial uses, including required parking for commercial uses. Some commercial density and use, of course, is okay, and of course should be encouraged. But in this instance, these requests in totality, in addition to the current density, is simply too much stuff on too little C1 land. The 4 concurrent variances requested provide clear evidence that these commercial uses are too dense and too intense. Of the concurrent variances, Part 4 is the most glaring variance that makes it quite clear that the densities and uses are too much and too intense for the existing C1 land. Milton's zoning policies and laws require C1 uses to be parked on C1 land, period. The commercial uses and densities proposed for 8,523 square feet would require, as of this morning, 107 parking spaces. This evening, I heard 101. And these numbers, I believe, are understated. As a separate discussion during whatever deferral process there be, assuming it will be an adequate amount of time, is that I believe the numbers are understated. The fact that a patio, both for their new restaurant and for the event facility, other than 3 spaces is not being included for parking calculations, again, is a bit silly. We need to take a little bit more, a harder look at those numbers and how they're calculated. That aside, and as I mentioned, there's inconsistency with staff statements regarding the patio space, and I just mentioned that in parking, because I think that what I read, and it was some new additional language I hadn't seen in the last package, was that patio space should be included for parking and patio space should not be included for density. I think those were intended maybe to be reversed, but again, it's just another example where we've got some things that need to be cured within what has been put forward publicly. According to the current staff calculations, the C1 land can accommodate 62 spaces, which is, and again, the number may now be different, is 58% of the parking required on the C1 land if all the requested densities and uses were built. In other words, this proposal requires a minimum of 45 parking spaces, which as of this morning was 42% of the required parking, to be located on an AG1 zone land. And as mentioned, these numbers are understated. Almost half of the C1 parking required would be required on AG1 land. Nowhere else in the city of Milton are C1 uses legally allowed to be parked on AG1 land. We need to let that sink in. That's a big one. As stated on page 219 of staff's analysis, quote, the zoning ordinance requires the minimum required number of parking spaces be located on the same zoning district parcel as the use. With 62 spaces that can fit on the C1 land, this would translate to 6,000 to 6,200 square feet of commercial space that could fit with the parking on the C1 zone. It's just that it can't fit parking for almost 8,600 square feet. The existing restaurant has 3,349 square feet, which would leave an estimated 2,651 square feet for the proposed new restaurant. These two in combination equate to 6,000 square feet. This clearly demonstrates that the event facility, in addition to a new restaurant, cannot be accommodated on the C1 land as required by the City of Milton zoning laws and ordinances. A new restaurant could be accommodated, or an event facility of reduced square footage, but not both. The math does not lie. Instead, it makes crystal clear that this is too much stuff on too little C1 land. Also, when you review the total number of people on this site, if all the density and all the uses were built and operating, it becomes beyond obvious that these are too many uses on too small a parcel. Looking at both the AG1 and the C1 land, the numbers of people would be on this site, and it could reach 650 plus, 250 for Matilda's, 150 for the event facility, 110 for the new restaurant, approximately 110 for the existing restaurant, since it's actually larger than the proposed new restaurant, along with the bakery. You're at 620 people before you ever add one person that represents the staff or the event support personnel. This is too much stuff, too many people, too much traffic on too little C1 land. It is so obvious. As for the variances themselves, there is no hardship and none of them should be approved. Variance Part 1, to allow the new village center to be set back. The Birmingham Master Plan always intended for all quadrants to have a village hamlet development style, which is why there's a requirement for the village core to have buildings near the roadway. One of the individuals that spoke in favor that said the buildings were moved, as well as the architect, Well, those individuals, not the architect, but the other individual has lived in this community, and his name is in the Birmingham Crossroads plan when the village core said that these buildings would front Hickory Flat. We were all there, and this was part of the original plan. It's always been intended to do that, and the reason is that it was going to visually screen the sea of parking that certainly exists today. This has been the case for the other quadrants. The other 3 quadrants required the same regulations. There is no hardship. This is not new. The variance should be denied. Variance Part 2, allowing parking in front of the newly constructed restaurant. Well, if you don't allow the variance for Part 1, you don't even have a variance for Part 2 because parking is then appropriately located behind the buildings, which was always intended and approved as part of the Birmingham Master Plan. Part 3, to eliminate the requirement of parking lots to be divided into small contained areas. Guys, this is fundamental to the Birmingham Crossroads Master Plan in all 3 quadrants and was always intended to be part of this 4th Northwest quadrant. Milton parking requirements state expressly that they're to be broken up into smaller pods. Otherwise, you have a sea of parking, which was never intended, and that is a detriment to the community. It also would be separated with trees of 4-inch caliper. Those should be trees every 6 parking spaces. That is the intent of the master plan, and it always was. It was to prevent the sea of parking from being seen by the community from the roadways. Allowing these proposed commercial uses to bypass these longstanding policies is a detriment to the community. There is no hardship, and it should be denied. Part 4, to reduce the number of minimum required spaces. Effectively, this is just asking that C1 parking be allowed on AG1 land, and as stated but worth repeating, nowhere in the city of Milton has C1 development ever been legally allowed to have required commercial on AG1, and we shouldn't start here. Commercial uses must be parked on C1 land. This variance highlights the commercial density, and uses being requested in totality are simply too great for the C1 land available. There is no hardship, and the variance should be denied. In addition to everything noted thus far and before you and as was provided previously, there are a host of different conditions that I won't go through ad nauseum, but they include things like required parking being underestimated, the fact that the parking for Matilda's, which was to be grass and gravel, was never intended for unknown, unannounced future commercial uses. I heard that this has been discussed for 2 years. I heard it for the first time at the CZIM. I was never contacted, and I've been an instrumental part of this in the stewardship of this community for well over 35 years. So if it's been at hand for 2 years, I guarantee if I didn't know about it, most folks didn't know about it. The 9,000 square foot village green remains a question, and that can be discussed during a deferral. There's a requirement of 10% open space under section 64-1324, and the 10% open space is not yet part of this development, and it should be, as staff did appropriately identify. Referring to the Birmingham Master Plan, there's all sorts of language in this that should translate to conditions. Again, you're intelligent folks, you know what those are, and if you're not exactly sure, the conditions that I presented to you and the points in the letter regarding the master plan were clearly delineated. Buffers, as an example, should be a conservation easement. The parking should be gravel. That hasn't been talked about. Please look at the crossroads. Please look at the document, which is section 64. Again, it's part of your laws. It's part of what you set forth as an oath to adhere to. And I ask that this evening that you consider adhering to all of those for the betterment of the community. In terms of conditions, staff has certainly put some forward. I would suggest that those are still incomplete. And I would ask that during this deferral process, not only are the variances considered and why they're not a hardship and why they shouldn't be approved, but also that perhaps either the applicant or the applicant and staff look at a site plan that could allow the C1 development without the necessity of the 4 variances. We have one chance to get this right because once it's done, it's done. And I would ask you to take the appropriate time, give it the appropriate attention. And during the deferral, my suspicion would be that you need more than 30 days. I don't know if it's 60 days, I don't know what it is, but we need to cure the errors in the analysis. It seems that there's some discussions that need to happen with the applicant and their architect to look at the site plan. But this really is not complicated. The request for a new restaurant, an event facility, a bakery, all in addition to the existing restaurant is simply too much density and too much intensity for the estimated 1.06 acres of C1 land. This is made even more clear when these commercial uses are added to Matilda's and the 250 people that already occupy the AG1 portion of land during this time of year when concerts are taking place. It's simply too much. And we haven't even talked about the roundabout and the traffic and the fact that we don't even have a traffic study that addresses this. It's too much. It's a detriment to the community. And the public safety, health, and welfare of our community deserves better. And we shouldn't simply, with a closed eye and a wink of an eye, say this is good. It's not. It's too much and it's too dense for this area. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate the attention. It's been a long evening. I will reserve the remaining 3 minutes for a rebuttal should I need it.
All right, next speaker,
Mayor, I
Tammy.
invite Judy Birch to the podium, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Birds. I reside at 1165 Bream Drive. I'm a private citizen that lives 1/4 of a mile from the proposed variances and conditions. I'd like to provide some additional reasons to defer this item. I recognize the extensive work that has been done by community development in the review of this application, but there are parts of the code that are not addressed in the current variances or in consideration of the site plan. Considering this, I think we should take the time to look at those ordinances in completion that are part of, as well as the Birmingham Master Plan, to make sure they are considered. One, most importantly, would alleviate a potential recognized traffic safety hazard. Some provisions currently are not in compliance. In the past, other applicants have been required to bring their property into compliance prior to submitting a new variance request. I also feel that should occur. Just to refresh and reiterate, parking is not permitted as a use on AG1 land. The festival event permit was only for 30 days per year, and by extension, the parking for that is for 30 days per year. This appears to assume that there is an unlimited access to AG1 property to support the new proposed commercial. And I think Ms. Zader Bailey did an excellent job in describing some of those calculations. I was encouraged to see that the proposed condition would limit the amount of amplified sound that was allowed. 85 decibels is simply too loud in Milton's rural overlay. 85 decibels is what is permitted in Milton for commercial amplified music. 85 decibels is standing next to a lawnmower. That's loud. We do not need that kind of noise. So it also is part of this ask City Council to encourage the revision of the noise ordinance in the city to reduce that limit way below 85 decibels. 85 decibels is, 65 decibels is twice as loud as 55, which is normally allowed. 75 would be 4 times. So 85 would be 8 times as what is normally allowed in the city of Milton, and that's just simply too loud. Thank you, and I hope you will defer.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay. All right, with that, do we have time allotted for do we have rebuttal time?
There
on
was
the-
2 minutes and 5 seconds left on the
There's
other
time
sides.
left, and
Okay.
if they wish to be heard, they can, but there's no.
Okay. Any rebuttal for 2 minutes left with rebuttal? Nope. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing and open up with questions for staff
I
and
have
council
some,
discussion.
or
All right, Councilmember.
Anybody else want to go first?
Go ahead.
All right. Robin, Ms. Robin.
Yes.
I believe you're the only person that.
Put you to sleep? Oh.
that people disagree vehemently with, but then give you all kinds of compliments. So it's a good place to be. Could I ask you to go back to your analysis of Part 4, concurrent variance?
Yeah.
The paragraph, and it is the one at the bottom of the page. And it is, oh my God, there's a lot of those. 1, 2, it's the fourth one.
So you want to start okay, the analysis, so we'll get here.
Number 1, relief
Yeah.
if granted would not offend the spirit or intent of this. The site plan with the existing and proposed parking is short by 39 parking spaces.
Yeah.
What I want to accomplish fairly quickly is I want to understand exactly what buildings we're talking about, hours of operation, and intended parking spaces, because it's all in here, but I wasn't really quick enough to grab it all at one time.
Okay.
So the sentence that starts, based on the fact that the event facility will not have events every day. Now, that's curious to me because, I mean, is that just because of Matilda's, or is that just an assumption on how events run?
I mean, that's an assumption that two things, that if this was approved with the proposed conditions, that they can't have events when there's events at Matilda's. And I don't think their intent is to have events every single day, consistently through the calendar.
But they could. And the majority of them will be after the proposed restaurant closes. Which specific restaurant is that?
So I think that was in reference to the breakfast type
Right.
restaurant.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
I thought that was kind of obvious, but, okay. There will be sufficient parking for the other 2 restaurants. So which ones are those?
So I was in reference to, I was speaking about the event facility, and the other 2 restaurants would be the proposed restaurant as well as the existing restaurant.
Okay, so breakfast and proposed are separate. Okay, we have event facility. So the event facility needs how many parking spaces?
I believe it is, I have it as 43 based upon the 1,500 square foot open assembly area with no fixed seating.
Okay, and that can go up to 150 people?
I mean, that's what they've asked for, but yeah, I mean, depending on what, it doesn't
Okay.
have to be 150 people, but that's their
Right,
request.
but it could be,
It could be,
theoretically.
yes, up to.
Okay. So, and I'm just, all this is kind of gut feel, but if you max out an event and you have 150 people there, I'm not sure about everybody else, but we don't have a ride with anybody because you never know how long you want to stay. I just think weddings and those kinds of events are things that are pretty car heavy. That's just my guess. So 43 on that seems kind of light. Breakfast, no comment. 7 acre utilizes, gentlemen, how many parking spots for that? Or Robin, currently, how many parking spots
How many parking spaces?
for 7 acre?
It's 33. Based upon, that includes all the outside seating. So it's 3,349 square feet that's calculated at 10 spaces per 1,000. So it's 33 for the existing 7 acre bar and grill. The proposed new restaurant is very similar with all the outside seating at 3,335 square feet.
Okay, and then you have, and those spaces have to cover staff too?
It's all how it's calculated in the zoning ordinance and the table. So, no,
Well-
we don't differentiate with, we have to add a few more
Okay.
per staff. So it's just a square footage
Okay.
equation.
Well, it's a very interesting plan. I would like to get behind it. I find that the parking, just in sheer numbers, is wholly not believable. Because you have staff and you add staff into this. When we go to 7 acres, we always seem to have to park way down the road towards Matilda's. And that's not 33 spots. I mean, that's a lot more than that. There's a lot of people at your very popular restaurant. So I say all this because I think what's going to happen is the parking is going to be across the street. I think that's going to be a big problem. is going to be in the commercial spots across the street. And I think that is going to lead to a number of problems because I don't think this kind of parking, whether it's in C1 or AG1, for me, and I'm not a genius, it just doesn't pass the common sense test. And I yield to you all, but it just seems like, I feel like I have to deny my common sense on that one. That's kind of hard to do. But I hope that during this deferral, and I'm well open to discussing it and trying to see it differently, I am a little stuck with the problem of parking on AG1 because of precedents. I have no doubt that Mr. Mills and Mr. Sedgwick would run a first-class operation. They always do. On the other hand, who comes next? And then I worry about that because it's going to be different than those gentlemen. But anyway, those are my comments. And I know we're in deferral, so I just hope you take those to heart. Maybe we can talk about it.
Mayor,
Thank you.
council, questions?
Robin, in the same section that Carol was talking about, there was a reference to, I'll read the statement. It says, the number of existing and proposed parking spaces within the C1 zoning district, each space located entirely within the C1 zoning district shown on the revised site plan received on April 5th is 62 parking spaces. So is that 62 relief from the requirement?
No, 62 is the physical number that we counted.
That will fit on C1?
It is on C1, and that the way that the line crosses, there would be some that might have a little bit on it, but we just counted they were 100% totally in C1, as well as, yeah.
And those 62 spaces counted for 7 acre as well as the new restaurant and or event
Correct,
facility?
yes. So that would be.
So
it's
62 of the
within-
100 and whichever number it is, 101 appears to be one number, 102, 112 are the numbers that have appeared in my notes based on commentary. Do we know what that 100 number is? Is it?
So it is, here it is. So the total number of parking spaces required before the 10% reduction per the overlay district is 112. So just raw gross
Yep.
number
Okay.
required is 112. Then the ordinance, the overlay district requires 10% reduction. So it reduces it to 101. So that's what the variance would be, a reduction from 101 parking spaces to 62 solely on the C1 parking.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for the moment.
One quick question, Robin. Was there any discussion on moving the buildings up front? Because that would get rid of half of the variances and that'd be more inconsistent with the area.
There has been no conversation about that with the applicant, with us.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I know there's.
I can weigh in on that.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I met on the property with a concerned citizen and another council member last week. And there's actually a misconception on my part on what I had seen in the staff's presentation. I misinterpreted something looking on my phone as a gray area
Okay.
as
That was
buildings.
parking, yeah.
And it was parking.
Yeah.
So, but the way the thought process went on that for everybody's edification is that I was reminded of the Birmingham Crossroads master plan, which I was one of the authors of that as well 20 years ago. And we've done a good job of administering a majority of that. Every one of the corners that we have had development on to date has had some negotiation to get to the end result that I think to a great extent is delivering a lot of the original vision 20 plus years ago, but also accommodating some of the anomalies that we've addressed by each of the developers and each of the applicants that have come before us. I think this is no different than that. I think our charge has to be, so let me go back before I get to that part. So in my misinterpretation of what I was looking at, I said, what the heck, does it make sense to bring this forward? One of the initial intentions of the master plan was to screen parking from the view of the passersby. And a lot of the complaints, a lot of the people who've written to us as council members, and a lot of the discussion on this, in the area has been about the parking. So I thought, what a simple, potentially a simple solution. However, I also am very sensitive to Mr. McCurry's his residential home is right next door. And he and Curtis have worked diligently over the years to accommodate each other's best interests. And it's been a wonderful relationship that I don't want to get in the middle of, because I think we've found some good ways to make things work at the crossroads for all four corners. Because I was the one who suggested that, I'll take ownership of that tonight in the discussion I had the other day with, like I said, the concerned citizen and some others. So I also engaged Mr. Mills on that and just said, hey, what do you think about this? And he said, might warrant some consideration. So we talked about sort of a pencil drawing on the back of an envelope, as I think was maybe done by his architect. So no critique of the architectural drawings that were done, because I think it was just the back of a paper napkin or an envelope. But it also, it gave me a visual to look at that I found reasonably satisfactory to accommodate the businesses, to create the visual separation that the original master plan called for. It resolved a lot of the parking issues in my mind. It brought things forward. It accommodated some of the fire truck issues, and it removed two of the variances. But that was without me having a chance to talk to Mr. McCurry, who I'm very sensitive to as well. So I don't have a final opinion on this by any stretch of the imagination yet. I think there has to be some more work done behind the scenes here before this comes back before council. So going back to my thoughts a minute ago about the master plan, that was created 20 years ago. And it was a good cornerstone for what we've gotten to today, which has been it's pretty remarkable when you look at the outcome that has been delivered on the four corners. We got Publix. We got Kroger to go away with a 110,000 square foot grocery store. We got Publix to take their 100 and something square foot grocery store down to 28,000. We wanted 25. We ended up with 28. Not a bad solution for that corner. When we looked at the Tad Braswell development, it was, I think, at 1.45 townhomes. They were high density townhomes. We ended up with, I think, with 31 or 33, with 11 single family homes and some additional amenities within that, a pond, a bridge, some trails, some additional landscaping. When we did the initial corner where we fought to keep some of the buildings that Mr. Mills, one of them Mr. Mills owns. So that we received a letter today from Mr. Whitley, owns one of the other buildings. We couldn't have done that quaint little corner if we had not made some accommodation to the original master plan. Point of all this to be, and I'll get off my soapbox, is that each of those corners is a little bit different than the original master plan called for. And I'm convinced that we've gotten a good result as a result of a willingness to work together with the applicant, and staff has done some great work on that. And I'm convinced that we too, on this time, can get to an amenable conclusion to allow something to happen here that's going to be for the good of the community. We're this close to being finished with what has been a 20+ year concern about the C1 land. And we've got some great applicants here who have proven to us the quality of what they can deliver. We've got a willing community who has spoken tonight, both in favor and in opposition, who has spoken eloquently about the things that they're passionate about. I'm still convinced we can find a common ground and end up with something great, but it's going to require compromise.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Any other questions for staff? All right. With that, Ken, I know you want a deferral. What's the proper language to defer this item?
Right, Mr. Mayor. And
Rick, Councilmember Moore?
Yep, I'm still here.
Speaking from the heavens.
Just a couple of comments, and to echo, I think maybe what Paul had said, and also something that Carol said. The concern, one of the things I'd like to see maybe the applicant look at doing is moving the buildings forward to front Hickory Flat. I think that's the way the other three corners are structured, I think it would make a little bit more sense to actually have it there versus having it as shown in what staff presented tonight and what the applicant requested is down the side. So hopefully during the deferral period, that's what the applicant can look at, have time to actually talk to his architect and see how they would in fact do that. In doing that, and we talked a little bit about traffic, the concern I would have too is that entrance right next to 7 Acre. I think once we put that traffic circle in there and we've got constant traffic rolling around, I know that will help alleviate some of the stops there that we have or the backups. But I think we need to consider having that driveway potentially go away, that curb cut, if in fact the other buildings are moved to the front. And then the other comment that I have is, I think we don't want to start going down the precedent of changing and allowing for that commercial area, allowing to have AG1 used for commercial parking. I don't think that's a place that we really want to go to. And I guess when we look at maybe the revamping of the location of the buildings, see what that impact might be from a parking standpoint. And then I think that's where a big piece of this comes in, is really the intensity of use as it relates to how are you going to accommodate with the existing size of those structures, how would you accommodate the parking that would be required? So those are my comments at this point.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Ken?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we need enough time to be able to rerun a legal ad. So I would recommend that this be deferred to the July 24th regular meeting and that it return to the council on the zoning agenda for another public hearing.
Okay, July 24th, regular council meeting. Will that suffice?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we defer agenda item 23-135 to the July 24th meeting to appear as a zoning agenda item.
Second.
All right, Rick got you. All right. I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Morrig to defer agenda item number 23-135 to the July 24th regular city council meeting to occur on a zoning agenda item. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you all for coming out. And we will go on to the first unfinished business item.
Mayor, that first item is consideration of RZ 2301, a text amendment to Chapter 64, zoning of the City Code, Article 19, Crabapple Form-Based Code, as it relates to possible amendments related to the district at Mayfield and other related topics of Crabapple Form-Based Code. It was under first presentation at the May 15th, 2023 regular council meeting, under zoning agenda at the June 5th, 2023 regular council meeting, and deferred to the June 19th regular council meeting. It is agenda item number 23121. Mr. You did.
Give the mayor a minute. Caleb, this is where you break out the hand.
I wish I had some tricks. I do promise this will be a much shorter presentation, so I know it's getting late here. Yes, sir.
All right.
All righty. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Caleb Rossico. I am with TSW, and I am the consultant who has been working with your Community Development Department staff on the district at Mayfield, both the master plan and now the zoning code. Very brief reminder, this process has been before the City Council several times. First, to discuss the master plan that was a long-term vision for how the district at Mayfield could grow. And the second part of that was a series of meetings to review potential zoning and development modifications to the form-based code that would implement the actual vision. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago. There were several unresolved issues, and I wanted to be very deliberate this evening in talking to you about potential tools to address those individual concerns, which were related to the street network, related to buildings upon public spaces, and then finally the issue of building height. The first comment from the public was regarding some concerns about the city's practice of designating streets in the district at Mayfield as potential future streets. I did want to point out to the mayor and council that there has been a long-standing history of identifying possible street thoroughfares in the particular Crabapple area. Those began in 2011 with the Crabapple Master Plan. That vision was incorporated into the current City of Milton regulating plan for that area. And as we all know, is highly conceptual. These are not mandatory streets per se. They're streets that are aspirational, if it will, and are determined in the review process with city staff. I did also want to point out, however, that the particular district at Mayfield does currently show several streets today. The image at the left is the current regulating plan. You can see that there is effectively a road that runs from Charlotte Drive over to Mid-Broadwell and then to the west. The proposed modification is to shift that, as we talked about at the last meeting, for a new road that would run up to Mid-Broadwell and then north up to Heritage Walk. And then finally, another street that could eventually run at the southern end of this area. So again, just showing this to indicate that there has been a plan for thoroughfares and roadways in this particular part of Crabapple for some time. It's highly conceptual, as I'm sure you know from how staff has administered development in this area, but there has been an idea of providing greater connectivity. Additionally, I did want to point out that there were several more recent efforts to look at streets in this particular area. There was the 2017 placemaking plan, which also identified particular roadways. So that was the first issue. There was concern about that. The second item that we talked about with the public was a concern about whether or not buildings should be allowed to in front on a civic space versus a public street. And the current proposal before you this evening is to only allow houses and cottages, meaning single-family dwellings, to have a lot frontage upon a civic space. That would be limited in number to 3 within the district at Mayfield, which meant that every civic space can only have 3 lots upon it. Now, commercial lots, as proposed, would have to have frontage on a street, and that is not only within the district at Mayfield, but that is for the entirety of the Crabapple area. Additionally, related to that, there was some discussion about what size should be appropriate for civic spaces based on communications with staff and recognition of fire access and other access considerations. We have proposed a couple of modifications for this particular area. The first would be to set a minimum size of pocket parks and open space and pocket parks and playgrounds to be 9,000 square feet. There is currently no minimum size requirement for these areas. Again, the intention of this provision would be, because we are allowing houses to front on it, there's a public benefit in making sure that those open spaces have sufficient size so they can be used for fire access and other emergency access requirements. And then the final topic that we talked quite a bit about at the last meeting was the issue of building height. Today, under the current zoning, these areas are entitled for or are permitted to have 3 stories, which includes an additional attic and an additional basement. The vision of the district at Mayfield was very focused on achieving this 1.5 to 2-story character. That was discussed at several of the public meetings. And so the current proposal before you this evening is to allow 2 full stories of buildings plus an attic. But basements would also be counted as a floor if they were exposed on one side. So the image before you, generally speaking, shows what the standard would require. On the left, you see a 2-story building plus an attic where the basement is only about 5 feet. Really, the idea is to allow buildings that may technically have a basement but are more behind the foundation wall to not be penalized for that, which is very different from if the basement is much more exposed and effectively operates as a true floor with access to the exterior. So this is, generally speaking, what would be required under the proposed language that we've worked with community development staff to develop. And I promised you I would be short, so that really sums up the changes that are before you for consideration this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. Any questions before we have public comment? Okay, Tammy, please call the first speaker.
Mayor, I invite Mr. Scott Peters to the podium, please.
And what's the time limit on these? I know we're different than
5
zoning
minutes
agenda.
per-
5 minutes per speaker? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and given the hour, I will be brief. Following the hearing 2 weeks ago, we did meet with staff as per the direction to try and work out some of these issues. And we are happy to say that, yes, the issue of the civic space and the fronting on civic space, we're in full agreement with, and met with staff and had a very productive meeting to reach agreement on that issue. We do, however, have one issue and one issue alone, which we request your relief from. So as described, and I emailed this to you today, so I'm not going to go through it. I do have copies of what we're proposing, if I can bring those to you.
Start with Councilmember Burhall. There you go.
So, and I'm sorry, I represent JLM Investments, and Mr. McConkey is here this evening. So one issue and one issue alone. As reported in the draft before you, code as proposed allows 2 stories plus an attic up to 14 feet. What we are asking is an ability to substitute a basement, a daylight basement, for an attic. But when you do that, the building on its street frontage, the principal frontage, has to be at grade with no basement being exposed. So the point of this is there's some topography over here. So if you're along Mayfield, and this is the place that we're looking at this, if you're along Mayfield, it then drops down to the back. What we would like to do, the ability to do, is have a 2-story building along Mayfield, a flat roof. So on the front, you're just going to see 2 stories with a flat roof. Because of the topography, that will drop down in the rear, and we would like a functional basement that we could then have a restaurant or other similar space, because the design Mr. McConkey has is that will then open to a plaza that will engage with other restaurants and spaces, civic spaces, pathways. So what this would do is, within that same height limitation, we're going to stay with the same maximum height that the staff is proposing, because you're losing that 14-foot attic, and the maximum exposed space would be 14 feet in the basement, but only in the rear of the building. So you're not going to see that from the street frontage. That is the request we have, and with that one thing, we are fully supportive of this ordinance, and we think it will be a wonderful addition to the code in the city of Milton, and happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I invite Ms. Sally Rich Cobb to the podium.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Sally Rich Cobb, 765 Mid Broadwell Road. I'm here again to ask that my 2 properties at 765 and 785 Mid Broadwell be taken out of the district, as it was, according to my lawyer, an unlawful and unconstitutional taking. I was neither consulted beforehand nor even aware that I had been placed in the district until I was sent a notice of these upcoming meetings. During the various meetings, I've tried to play ball, but my concept for just my property, which I designed with the TSW agent and which was very similar to the TSW's original plan, was passed over. In the next meeting with TSW and with staff and the mayor, I started voicing my concerns, which I addressed in an email to you before your last meeting. Staff was able to meet with me again, but was not able to reassure me in writing that my concerns would not come to pass. Furthermore, staff told me that the 3-story building height had been changed after 1 or 2 council members had asked staff to change to 2.5-story. This reduces our potential density, which on my smaller property with a huge road proposed is a given. My question is how, after all the public meetings, can council members change anything at all without a public forum to hear and discuss the changes? Why did we go through this year of public meetings, hire TSW at the taxpayer's expense, when the last 2 weeks the regulations can change with no public input? Therefore, having no faith in this process, I would like to make it known that I want my properties to be taken out of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
Mayor, I invite Mr. Adam Danella to the podium.
Good evening. Adam Danella, 3119 Haybridge Lane. I had the pleasure of serving on the steering committee for this project. As I said, this is a concept plan. You all know what that means. It's, going to take the effort of every homeowner, every landowner in order to make the concept work. City staff, the property owners, everybody's done a tremendous job on getting to where we are. I'm fully supportive of the changes of the code to the master plan that does the next piece, how it looks, what it does for the city, how it brings in more of the city into into each area that we have, each of the quadrants kind of around that main intersection. It's been a long process. There was a lot of people that came out the first couple meetings, and there was a ton of feedback, and Caleb's team has done a really great job in assimilating all that detail. And, it's just been a concerted effort with everyone to get to where we are now. And I think it should be approved as it's written. And I think, even what Scott said, I think the idea here, even with the modification he brought forward to you, still fits within the concept. It's a village type feel. It brings something a little bit different to what we already have here, but it's positive in every way. And another big part of that is it preserves the homes or businesses or whatever else in that area that, one would call historic, quote unquote, historic to the area, and preserves and maintains that feel of what we already have here, and builds within that scope. So I hope you approve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Please
I
call the
invite
next
Mr.
speaker.
Charlie Roberts to the podium.
Mayor and council, first I'd like to thank the landowners that have worked together with us for more than a year. I'd like to thank council for all your time and effort. I'd like to thank Bob and Robin and Shuba for a lot of hours and a lot of hard work. I'd like to thank the Historical Society for being involved through this whole process, and last, the public, because they did come and we did talk. This being my business for the last 50 years, and playing off of Councilmember Moore's comments on the previous case, this has been well discussed. And yes, through the last week, there have been some changes. But at this moment, we're all in agreement, and I look to Bob to confirm that for us, other than deciding the 3-story in the basement issue. The green's resolved, everything's resolved. Bob, is that true? So we have one issue. I would ask you to remember this is an overlay. This is a district to protect Old Milton and our history. And that's why we have, for some time, talked about 3 stories. We did. But after an ongoing discussion for many, many weeks, months, we came back to the 2.5 story. I hear 2 story. I hear 2.5. I'm going to ask Bob to confirm for me. I think what the document says that we're asking you to approve by the city attorney is 2.5 stories. Correct? So,
Well, I will address him after
okay,
your
I'm
public
sorry.
comment. Got it. You're good.
So I just don't want to say anything that's wrong and be corrected later. So 2.5 stories, the applicant could do 2 if they choose without the attic. That's their choice, but it can be 2.5 stories. The only issue is the basement. We have 2 sites, the one on Mayfield, you heard from his lawyer, and the lawnmower shop that will certainly be torn down that have tremendous drops in topo issues. Those 2 need to have a basement. Think about your single family home, 2 stories on the front, a daylighted basement out the back. That's what I'm asking you to do. I think staff will speak for themselves in a minute, but they're good with 3 stories or the 2.5 stories. So I would ask you to do the smaller buildings in this district. It's 22 lots. We started off with the idea of the library, the townhomes, the historic houses. I think the historical society's here tonight. They may want to speak. That's what they want to see. It's a daylighted basement. As a developer, if you don't approve this, you will have 14-foot stem walls of solid concrete block because they got to hold up these buildings. And if you don't give them the basement in this one circumstance, then we're going to have concrete walls. The idea of these lower areas is for walkways, saving trees, and creating a courtyard through the middle. The developer has done a very good job and come a long way from very upset with this whole thing to this compromise tonight. I applaud him. He and I are certainly not friends, and I have been his worst disaster for more than 1.5 years, or really close to 3 years since I pushed hard for DRB to deny the demo permits on these houses in 2018. And that's when I had the vision we couldn't tear them down, enlisted the Historical Society to help us, and we've come all this way. Please give us the basement. As we walk down through that lower area, we don't want to see 14-foot retaining walls holding up these buildings. Let's open those doors to us. It is a wonderful piece of property. Tear down the lawnmower shop, and it's a big, wide piece that falls severely down the hill. And a parking deck could go under, shops could go under, and that's really what the district needs. I'll rest my case, and I think Bob and I can't address the attorney again. We'll come forward and agree that we have one.
We will grill the city
Yes.
attorney.
We will, we'll get him.
Charlie, rest your case as soon as you state your name and address for the record.
Charlie Roberts, 13645 Freemanville Road, Milton, Georgia. Thank you. We need the basement for everybody to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
I invite Mr. Jeff Pedowitz to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's a long night. This is my 3rd time I've spoke out on the issue of the concept plan. I wanted, sorry, 14162 Seabiscuit.
You heard her whisper in my ear, did you?
Yeah, I got it. Sorry. I should know this now. 3rd time I should have got, maybe 4th time I got it. So 14162 Seabiscuit in Milton. I did have a chance to meet with Charlie, met with Bob in the last 2 weeks, but unfortunately, we still have not been able to get any resolution on my wife and my concern, which is the road that's on the concept plan. I do understand it's just a concept plan. I get it, and it might never come to pass, but that being the case, since it's just a concept plan, then it doesn't have to be on there either. That being said, I have some very specific concerns. Number one, the way it is currently presented on the concept plan would really pretty much go right through where our parking is, and that is pretty much the predominant area that we have parking. So the few parallel trees, spots that are on the road are not going to replace the parking. So that would have a significant impact on our building and our property. Second, while I agree with Charlie that the topography overall is great, it does make it challenging for a road because there's a lot of movement up and down in a very short period of space. And since the concept of this district is supposed to be a walkable area, this would be a much better served as a walking path or a bike path exposing to a promenade versus a road. I still don't understand the purpose of having a road there rather than have a road when the Birmingham Highway is right there, and then you have the circle, and then you have Heritage Walk that's right behind. There's plenty of accessibility, so a road really doesn't make any sense. So my request again is to respectfully remove the road from the concept plan and either replace it with a walk or bike trail, or at least put in some legal language that says it is just a concept plan and you're not going to hold us to eminent domain. I would sign off on that as well. Again, overall, we're very much in favor of the district. We think it's going to do great for the city. Just don't want to have the road on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes.
Is that it? Okay, so I will close public comment and open it for council discussion and questions for our city attorney.
Could I
Yep.
ask
Councilman Cookerly?
Mr. Buscemi can you join us here? I don't want to leave you out tonight, Bob.
My turn up here.
Because I had questions about height. I just want to knock this out. Heard two different things, 2.5 stories, and then I heard 2 stories with a 14-foot attic. So what does that mean?
Well, the way it's written right now, currently, you'd be allowed 2 stories.
Right.
And then the attic is a slope space,
Right.
and it's the space under it. But we wanted to make sure that that total height wouldn't exceed 14 feet either.
Okay.
So that you can't have something that's like super high and just looks out of character.
Okay.
So we even put a limit on the height of the total height of the attic. But the attic really is under slope roof, and it's only a partial portion of that floor. But visually from the outside, you're seeing 2 stories and a roof.
Okay.
It's just that we're allowing it to be somewhat of a habitable space. Usually yield about 50%.
Somewhat of a habitable or inhabitable?
Habitable.
Habitable
In other
space.
words, you can use that space for storage or use or something like that. It would be a floor.
That total height of that building is not taller than the Broadwell building?
That's correct.
Because I think that was with Mr. Roberts, I think that was the point originally, was to try to keep it down low. So
Keep
that-
the scale low. That's why
Right.
we changed it after the last meeting. We said, look, the intent, the concept here of this district was really to have low scale village type buildings. In order to do that, the 2-story architecture was really 1 2-story, 1 2.5, because we said, well, we don't want to give up that little area of attic. Somebody might use it for storage or something, in their stores. But it's really to keep a low scale profile of the total
Mind
mass.
if I build on
of the
that for a
buildings.
second?
Please.
So habitable, and then you're using the words, Bob, for storage or some other things like that. So it's not contemplated as for use for retail. It couldn't be used as an office, and it could be used maybe as an office space for the proprietor of the building, but it's not likely going to be a rented space to a third party in addition to what may be used on the other 2 floors. Is that?
That would be correct.
Okay.
The building code would restrict you from.
You're not going to market
using
the-
it as a separate, like, retail establishment. You just wouldn't, you might put some dormers up there and all, but as far as egress and whatnot, it's an attic. It's really supposed to be an accessory to those 2 floors.
Okay,
It's
so
not going
we're,
to be a separate business. You just wouldn't be able to do it that way.
we're not higher than Broadwell building, which was, I think, where we started. Well, we sort of called it 2 stories before, but now we have the attic space, which is
Yeah,
fine.
really, it's just a space under a roof.
Right.
That's really what an attic is. So think of your house, if you have like 2 floors and then you have that unfinished, a lot of people have attic stairs, you go upstairs and, you could put some storage and things like that up in the attic.
Okay, and it sounds like there are special circumstances for a basement, and I'm not a planner, so I'll leave. Well, So our goal then is to approve a concept plan. If we're in agreement with the height and we're agreement to the use and select basis of a basement, is that by warrant or is that going to be?
Well, what the,
That's exactly where I was
what the
going.
attorney came up and requested was alternate language that would then allow you to utilize a basement on a building. So you'd end up with 2 stories facing the street and then a daylighted story, a full story. That's a full usable story of a leasable space. It's just like in your house. You could finish off the whole basement. That would definitely be a full usable, rentable space. So you could have like a tenant on that floor and then a tenant on the other 2 floors. So what he's suggesting is that you have an exposed basement area, which really becomes another floor. So, I mean, to be fair, I just want to make sure the council understands if the concept in the council's vision on the massing is really to maintain a 2-story architecture, at some points when you're walking around, you'll see 3-story architecture because of the exposed basement. So generally what happens there is you'd end up with, most developers would do like a 2 and then a partial, like a 1 and then a basement. So that, no matter where you're looking, you're seeing two floors. You're seeing a 2, and then if the slope does go down, you'd see a 1 and a 1 on the basement.
But I think everybody kind of understands the spirit and intent. And so, right,
Yes.
I mean, with
Yeah, so
topography,
that-
there'll be plants and other things, and it'll probably all work out. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that's really up to the council on what it wants to see. If it has no objection of seeing a 3-story, a 2 and an exposed basement visually when you're looking at the building from the back or from another angle within the district, you'll see 3-story architecture.
From the back.
from the back.
On the back side.
Well, when you're
yeah.
meandering around, but I mean, it's not going to be stark, right? It's kind of a
Yeah, I mean, it'll just look
vegetated
like
and
kind of like 3-story architecture. I mean, personally, I'm not against 3-story architecture. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it would work having a usable exposed basement. I mean, architecturally, I think would work and be pleasing. I mean, we can make it look really nice, and I don't think it's going to make it feel like the massing is overpowering. I think you'll still meet the intent of what the council was looking for, if that's the question.
Okay, so my last question is for this gentleman. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir. Pedowitz, okay,
Yes.
Mr. Pedowitz. The question of the proposed roads. So we're approving this concept plan. Is there additional process for the folks that have concerned about the roads for you all to hash it out? Is that something Mr. Roberts and everybody does at this point?
Well, generally what happens on concept plans, we have several that are for Crabapple area. We think we've given you all the dates on all those plans. They generally show where staff and where we feel road would be appropriate. Now, when we did the roads on the opposite side of Mayfield, on the northern side, we did have roads proposed there, and some of those landowners at the time came to us, Bruce Harris and stuff. He said, geez, you put a road right through my house. I mean, that's unfair. What are you doing? Same sort of objection. It ended up that most of these landowners sold out, and the developers who bought them all and accumulated and assembled those properties came back, and we said, well, look, if you're going to buy out all this property, then the city's intent would be to have some sort of a connection. That's how we did the extension of Charlotte, now named Heritage.
Okay, I see.
Because that's where we would like it. Would we have gone to Mr. Harris if he still owned the property and put a road through his house? I don't think so,
Right,
guys.
I
Nobody would have
understand.
done an eminent domain through it. I've just never seen this council do that.
Right.
But it's nice to kind of lay it out so that when a developer comes in and says, look, if I do want to amass these properties and collectively assemble them, what would staff's intent be? What would the council's intent be to kind of make this work? And we try to lay it out ahead of time. And we haven't done a traffic analysis for this district. If a developer comes in before staff does it, they would they would have to do it on their own. Otherwise, I believe staff is scheduling to do a full traffic analysis in the area anyway, because part of the concept plan even showed the demapping or vacating, however you want to mention it, of Mid-Broadwell. And I know some people from Alpharetta had big concerns about that as well. So we told everybody, look, this is not going to happen. It's a concept plan, and until we do a traffic analysis, till the council really takes that up, because only the council can demap a street. So it'd have to come back before you either way.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Moore?
Bob, actually, I've got a couple more questions for you. Thanks. On the 2.5 story where the habitable attic space, is in your mind, is that the attic space only accessible from inside the building? There's no exterior catwalks and fire escape type stairways to get you to the 3rd story, so it couldn't be leased as an independent
That's a good question. I mean,
when we talked about it before, it was primarily going to be like house type structures, so the access to that 3rd floor would have to be interior in my mind.
I'm envisioning an interior, but I will tell you that if you look in Crabapple, we do have 1-story buildings even that have rooftop restaurant seating and things like that. So I think the council should consider, if you have a 2-story building, and then they could also have, like, are they allowed to have rooftop dining, things like that?
Right, but 2-story and flat top usable for outside dining is different than 2-story with a roof line.
That's right.
I'm trying to avoid extra ironwork hanging off the side of the building that we've heard some of the architecture that exists today is attractive to some people and not to others. And if we can avoid hanging steel for the sake of making that leasable on the 3rd floor, I'd like to avoid that in your language.
It might be good to add some text that just says the only interior access to the attic space.
I think that would be great.
But it can still be used, just interior access.
Correct.
Okay.
Only interior access to the attic space only.
And then just another detail on the properties where we're talking about there potentially being the 3rd floor, the basement, rather than 3rd floor, I'm sorry, the basement. That's going to be topography driven. So are you contemplating language that would say you can't create the basement level by changing the topography of your property? You can't suddenly dig out the back and create the 3rd. If the topography is flat, it's flat. If it's got a slope, it's got a slope. One can have a basement, one can't. Is that how you're thinking about it?
Well, I'd have to see what the attorney wrote. He just handed it out to you to see exactly what he's adding in there to change it. But I mean, if you allow an exposed basement and somebody says, hey, I'm pretty close, I want to dig out 5 feet to create a basement, I don't think you could be able to stop them from doing
No, that's different than saying you got a flat piece of property that today would only accommodate a 2-story building with a habitable attic, turning it into a 3-story because you graded the whole backyard where it's suddenly moved tons of earth.
You create like steps going down and you create an exposure.
I certainly would like us to consider that language where you suddenly don't create tons of earth being moved over there. Otherwise, you're going to be losing trees. You're going to be losing some of what makes it quaint today in the first place.
Yeah.
It's already, I think, going to be a retail challenge to have only access from the backside, because if I'm understanding you correctly, where that basement level becomes a 3rd retail space.
It does.
If it's not accessible coming off of the 1st floor, your only way to get to it is off the back. So your only exposure is potentially to a civic space or not civic space, depending upon how the concept plan ends up being built out, right?
Right.
So it's got challenges to begin with. I just don't want to create more challenges with empty retail space because we've allowed extra earth being moved that wouldn't be necessary except for topography.
Quick question. Can we go into Councilman Cookerly's and Councilman Moore's point? Is there a way to where we can just add a warrant to allow for that basement, based on the community development director and the intent of our discussion tonight? I mean, is there a way to add that warrant in there? Because I just, my reserve, I have a little reservation of adding it by right for the entire district, because I don't know what's going to happen 10, 15, I don't know who's going to buy or sell it, but can we add that ability to allow community development director to take a look at that?
Can.
Okay.
That would not be a problem. I've been kind of taking notes as we've been going along. So do you all have, council members, do you have the handout in front of you? That
Well, I
was
got
provided?
multiple ones. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
which
figure out.
one?
Okay, there should have been one that's got, on the second page, it's got some blue text on it.
Oh, yeah.
So kind of just following along the comments here. It's interesting. So you see L, then 1, 2, 3, and 4, with 4
Correct.
being the blue.
Right.
So it sounds like with the comments I'm hearing that at least 1 and 2 need to have second line up to 2 stories plus an interior accessible only habitable attic.
Mhm.
And that would go on both 1 and 2 is what I think,
Right.
Councilmember Moore, that was
That's
the
how I
point you were
saw
making.
that. Mhm.
And then under 4, if the council has an interest in that language, notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, upon application and receipt of a warrant issued by the Community Development Department, a building containing civic or commercial function may, if natural topography allows it, have a basement in addition to the rest of the language. That's capturing 2 elements you all have made tonight. One was the warrant, and then one was the natural topography. It can't be forced, can't be dug out to create this unique environment. Now, it may be that actually the natural topography language is no longer required if the warrant language is in there, because it may take that away. That's fair.
That's kind of where I'm.
Yeah, that
going
makes
with
sense
this.
to me now that I'm saying it
Yeah.
out loud.
Robin?
Thank you. So I think the warrant is already allowed in the wording of the general, of the form-based code. There's a section I can look for that allows the director to, if an applicant requests a warrant, can make that determination based on parts of the code that have to do with height and setbacks, and I can find that for you.
I don't understand.
There's a section in the Crabapple form-based code that allows for the director to be asked for a warrant on items that are part of the code. So that would already talk about height.
Well, I think it needs to be more than, if I understood you correctly, Robin, if the warrant is only to address height, that isn't necessarily accomplishing all of what we're after. But
I would like that language to be put in just the way
Okay.
the city attorney stated it.
yeah,
I think it's clearer.
that's pretty workable.
I certainly know the intent of what the,
And actually, it's more limiting that because
It's more limited.
it's a fairly limited thing we're saying by warrant, which is this very limited relief. I think it'll have very limited application, which I think is the intention of the people that are recommending it.
yes.
I'm just nodding of the heads for all.
Okay. I'll call on you in a second. If we want to hear you speak. Sorry about that. All right, go ahead, Bob.
I think what Ken stated, that language would do it, and I would understand. I mean, I do
And arrest the
understand
concerns
exactly
that
what the
I've got.
intent is, and we could always watch the video a year from now if we had to rewatch this video. But I'm certain I'm taking away exactly what it is that council's looking for me to do.
I got it.
Bob, do we know the height of the Broadwell building?
I don't know the height offhand.
But we do know that 2 stories plus a 14-foot attic is not higher than.
I believe it's not higher than, right, Broadwell building?
Well,
Well, what's standard, if standard height is
It's 3
12 or
stories.
14
I'm sorry, I
feet?
don't know the exact height of the Broadwell building. I'd have to find that out.
Are you going where you might say not to exceed the height of? Great place to go.
Yeah. Need that.
Yeah, we could put that in too, not to exceed the height of the Broadwell building. And that would be floor to floor.
But if we had the height of the Broadwell pavilion, we could just put in the actual number of feet instead of saying the Broadwell.
Yeah,
right?
I don't,
mean,
Steve, I
Well,
don't know that height offhand.
although I don't have a problem with going to that being a maximum height, but it also can't be more than 2 stories at grade plus a 14-foot attic. If it's Broadwell height or below, great, but if you can't suddenly get creative and do a crazy 3rd story.
yeah, I think this language actually
it's
limits it. pretty-
well, I mean,
yeah.
it calls it out. I mean, there's under LI, it's 28 feet. Under
Yeah.
L2, it's 39 feet. And
Yeah,
that's inclusive of everything, to include the basement, or excuse me, yeah, to include the attic.
Mhm.
Well,
You're right. Yeah, that
so,
attic does not count to the
just so everybody
space.
knows, building height
That's
is
right.
defined
That's
from
true.
grade to the soffit.
Mhm.
So that's how we do it. If you have a sloped roof and there's an attic in there, that's not part of the definition of height.
Got it.
So when we're saying the total height of the building,
Is
we're
to the
talking
soffit.
from grade to the soffit. So the roof line is not included in there because we didn't want to dictate roof pitches. Otherwise, if you do it to the ridge, the top, what people will do is just flatten their roofs to like 3-on-12s, real low roofs, 2-on-12s, because they want more interior height. And we
Right.
didn't want that architecturally. We want our historic buildings, and everything to have nice pitches. So we don't include that.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that's how it's defined.
And if you've contemplated that, and that's what's here,
That's what I'm
I
speaking
think we're
about.
all
It's from
saying
grade
a lot
to,
of the same
it
stuff.
went,
But we don't know the height of the Broadway.
No, we
building.
don't. We can say subject to, and we had to confirm it.
They'll probably find it by the time we're done with this,
we
maybe.
could, I'm sorry. I don't know the height.
Ken, can you read what language
We'd have to
that you
measure
kind
it.
of had written so council knows in case for a.
Well, this is on the handout you were provided, and again, just go over it again. It's under L1, without ground floor, civic or commercial function, max 28 feet, comprised of up to 2 stories, plus an internally accessed habitable attic. That would go on both 1 and 2. And then under 4, notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, upon application for and receipt of a warrant by the Community Development Director, a building containing.
Okay.
So does that mean that building could be up to 42 feet? I'm not known for my math.
Never know that.
You're the mathematician.
Sure, the total height, because I think that's where your director was talking about the 3-story architecture. I mean, from the frontage, it would appear to be 2 stories.
That's right, but from the rear.
But
you'd
from the
have
rear, it's going to
three-
have that additional 14 feet.
You'll have 3 14-foot floor-to-floor heights.
But again, it's for a warrant, so.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
under a warrant.
Right, and that's obviously the language of the 14 feet, that's binding his hands. He couldn't give a warrant greater than that, and obviously it may be a lot less than that. It's just a,
Yeah, but just at ground level, it says without ground floor civic or commercial function, maximum 28 feet comprised of up to 2 stories plus a habitable attic. We've already established an attic is 14, so the first 2 floors could be 28 feet.
That's
So-
correct.
I think you've
Okay,
got to
so
read
we're
it that
doing
way. That's right.
14 times 3 is
Yeah.
42. I don't know that that building's higher than 42 feet. I don't know. I think we just
I
need
think
some
at
language in
grade,
there.
I think at grade level, it's going to be lower than the Bravo Pavilion, but to your point, if you include the basement, is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know that that includes a basement. That's not what
No,
that
it
says.
doesn't.
No.
It's just saying that the first 2 floors could be 14 feet each.
That's
28
correct.
feet,
So from the ground to the soffit would be 28 feet.
Right. And then you add 14 for an attic. That's what you,
And then the roof, with an
Right,
attic,
it's
the roof would
14.
pitch.
right,
So it's like that.
right.
So that, that's 42 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, here, so
And
if we pull these
42
up, can you
feet,
see this?
regardless of how tall the Broadwell building is
Yeah,
not
that's what I was-
unreasonable. We're talking about standard heights being 12-foot heights to make it a you're not going to feel like you're in a old cottage with
That's
a low
for-
ceiling.
I mean, that's for you all to decide. Our original goal was like a 2-story, keep it lower than
Yeah.
Broadwell
Yeah.
and have that visual impact so that we had something different. And
How
I don't
tall
know
are?
that it's different because
You got
nobody
some
knows the
visual
height
here,
of
Bob?
Broadwell
And
building.
y'all just put that up.
I have some visual. It's, so you're looking at where the 1 is, you go, that would be 14. Now that's floor to floor. So usually there's about 2 feet of structure. You know, you need in commercial, you need some HVAC ducts and, some equipment, and also to have a 12-foot ceiling height in commercial is not uncommon today.
Mhm.
I don't think anybody would go any lower than that.
Right.
That's about the norm. 14 is about the norm, which is what City Hall is. If you look at the office area, it's 14 floor to floor. And then you take the,
Well, my
the
interest
sheet
is
rock
not in creating new restrictions at all. I'm just not exactly sure where we are in height, but I don't know that we're far off. I think a lot has been accomplished and it's good.
What's the current height right now under form-based code on the current zoning?
14 feet.
But I mean, what can they build right now as of today, if there wasn't a moratorium? What's the current height?
Well, on the first
Before we
floor, if
went
it's
through this.
commercial, you can go up to 25 feet.
I just want to get to the point to like, after this, it's actually gonna be lower than what it currently is zoned.
That's correct.
Okay, I
Right?
mean, that's
You've
kind of the
limited, yeah,
intent.
you've limited,
So-
yeah.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the number in the draft before the proposed friendly amendment, if we'll call it that, was based on what is called the T2 district, which has the 2-story height limit. Those numbers were taken from that verbatim. This area is zoned primarily T3, which is much higher than what is in the proposed draft, even with the proposed amendment.
Yeah, fair enough, thank you.
Currently,
Current,
yeah,
okay.
if it stayed that way,
Okay.
it would be higher.
Hmm.
We have limited the floor to floor height more.
All right, everybody good?
We're good.
All right,
We're good. Thank you.
all right.
So
So,
what do we do
Requires a
now?
motion.
we'll open it for a motion, and I'll probably defer to Ken again before, and then I'll have someone maybe repeat that, or
All right, where's this motion? Which one is it?
23-121.
Yeah, 23-121.
Okay. May I have the pleasure then? Do you mind?
You bet.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve agenda item number 23-121
With,
with, you're
With
gonna have to
a,
feed it to me at this hour.
right, with a modification in 4.5.1
The modification of 4.5.1.
L1 to state that without ground floor civic or commercial function, max 28 feet comprised of up to 2 stories, plus internally accessed habitable attic. L2 would be the same modification, internally accessed habitable attic. And then under proposed sub 4 in blue text that was handed out to the council this evening, notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, upon application for and receipt of a warrant by the Community Development Director, a building containing, and the rest of the language verbatim.
And you would like for me to read what you said?
just what he
Just say
said.
what the
What I
attorney
Do
said.
it. Okay.
second.
Okay, so I'll just repeat this motion. I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Moore to approve agenda item 23-121 with the recommended changes that the city attorney provided.
Thank you very much.
Hold on one second. We got a false start here. No, it's fine. This is important. So
Just want to make sure I'm saying the right things here, because what that's saying is without ground floor commercial, but I think the council's saying, Bob, if you have a ground floor retail and a second story retail, the maximum height of that building is 28 feet.
Let's see that.
And then plus you can
Right,
add
it's
the
28
attic.
feet to the soffit.
But if you look at the text, it actually says if you if you're using ground floor commercial, you can go to 39 feet. I don't think that's the intent of the council. So I want to make sure that the motion is.
But I thought
read
that was the
correctly.
discussion that you just, Councilmember Moore, you just had with Bob about the notion that the internal level of a retail or commercial space will typically be higher.
No, what Bob just said is consistent with what I was saying, is you still have the 14 foot per floor, 2 floors, 28 feet, plus the habitable attic,
42
fully accessible
Fully accessible.
internally.
internally.
But whether that first 2 floors, you're all envisioning that it would be retail and commercial, and it'd be a maximum of 28 feet, 14 and 14.
Yes.
Well, then
I
let
just want to
me,
make sure
Why
that's
do
what
you
it
need
says.
L2 then?
well, that's what I was about, that was exactly what I was about to say then, because
That's what I'm
now
trying to say,
1
too.
and
You
2 are basically, one needs to be, it just
Yeah,
needs to be
exactly.
stripped.
2 out.
Right.
Exactly. Councilmember Jacobus, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm reading it and I'm saying
Yeah.
that's not what, I want to make sure we only have
There's a
one.
contradictory there,
Yeah,
correct?
there is a
Okay, got
contradictory.
it.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
just, before you
yeah,
make
you
the
don't
motion, I
need
want
L-
to make sure I'm clear that it,
Good, really good catch, Bob. You
yeah, I
don't
want to
need
make sure, because otherwise it's not right.
L2 gets struck.
L2 would get struck.
Ken,
It
I
would
want
be
you
a
to just
maximum
read
of
that
28
real
feet, whether
good
it's
for me.
commercial or not,
Yeah.
right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yep.
So I'm going to
Yep.
make sure that I do it right.
So
Okay,
you withdraw your motion.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but now I want to make sure though, because 1 and 2 they were doing it either or, right? So the first floor was either without ground floor civic or commercial, 2 was with ground floor civic or commercial. Aren't we saying it doesn't matter?
Right.
Correct.
That's kind of where I'm at.
That's right, it doesn't matter,
Right.
right? So it really just needs to be, forgive me, but the qualifier is the with or without. It just needs to be maximum 28 feet comprised of up to 2 stories plus an internally accessible habitable attic.
Right,
Correct.
Without all the qualifier at the
Right.
beginning, because it doesn't matter.
right.
Okay.
That's correct, Ken.
I think that's,
feel better with that.
okay.
Then I think the motion is going to be correct.
Thank you.
But do we need to restate the motion?
Absolutely.
well,
She has to
there-
withdraw her motion.
The motion has been made. I'm really happy with the motion that was made so far, except to add this in there by way of a friendly amendment,
Sure.
which would be under L1 and 2, we are going to strike 1 and 2, except just keeping a new 1 of maximum 28 feet comprised of up to 2 stories, plus internally accessible habitable attic. That's it. There's no with or without,
Internally accessible only.
only habitable attic. And we can get that as a friendly amendment, and Councilmember Cookerly can make
Okay,
it part
so
of the motion.
then, so we're scratching 2. Are 3 and 4 still the
Yes,
same?
they're
Okay.
the same.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, please, that we adopt agenda item number 23-121 within the District of Mayfield, no building shall exceed the following heights, a maximum of 28 feet comprised of up to 2 stories plus a habitable attic, internally
No,
accessible.
I think we should,
just refer to Ken's language.
yeah.
Well,
Rather than stating it yourself.
Okay, what? You're
Plus
gonna-
internally
That's what I
accessible
was getting ready to
only
say.
habitable attic.
That's what I wrote. Okay. And then 3, as specified in section 4.1, 4.5.1, above-ground portions of basements are considered a story and count toward the maximum building height in both feet, number of stories. And 4, notwithstanding anything herein to the contrary, a building containing civic or commercial.
There's some language he has to insert in the
Okay.
middle of
Unless
that
saying
first
anything here to the
sentence.
contrary, upon application for and receipt of a warrant by the Community Development Director.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Go on.
And then the rest of the blue language, the text verbatim.
That's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly, second from Councilmember Moore to approve agenda item number 23-121 with city attorney's recommended changes. Any discussion on the motion? I do want to say thank you for everyone. I know it's been a long, long process. We had a lot of citizen engagement, and I'm glad to finally get this done. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, thank you all.
Councilmember Morrig
Okay.
is still there?
You what?
Councilmember Morrig is still there?
I think he's gone for the night.
Ken, just for the record, I
He's
know it's
gone.
tomorrow, but this officially removes the.
did. That was Velvet Rick.
Lifted as a matter of law.
Has been-
Okay. Will City Clerk please say on the next item?
Next item is consideration of a resolution to accept the concept plan for the district at Mayfield. It was new business at the June 5th regular meeting and deferred to the June 19th meeting. It's agenda item number 23138.
Concept plan is a product of a community, month of community engagement, as you know. It illustrates the desirable build-out conditions, and it's not part of the zoning ordinance that you just approved. That's why we are having it. We request you to accept this concept plan with the resolution. That's it.
Thank you, Shuba. Any public comment on this, Tammy?
Yes, sir, I do. Miss Sally Rich Cobb, you still here? Do you want to speak on this one? Okay. Mr. Charlie Roberts? Nope. And
Take the opportunity. 5
Just
minutes.
for the record, a year ago,
Name and address.
Charlie Roberts, 13645 Freemanville Road, Milton, Georgia. A year ago, DRB unanimously sent a message to Bob, who agreed that there would never be any more outside staircases, New York tenement, that would never happen again. So as you worried about that, Bob will tell you, he agreed with that, and Doug was there for that, and we were adamant, no more outside stairs. So this
Thank you.
couldn't have that anyway.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Charlie.
I love it.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Pedowitz, are you? Then that concludes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there any council discussion or questions for staff? Okay, with that, we'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 23-138.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve agenda item number 23-138. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. We will move on to new business. Will City Clerk please say on the first item?
First item is consideration of a resolution supporting an application to the United States Department of Transportation for safe streets and roads for all grant funding for supplemental planning and demonstration projects. Agenda item number 23158.
Wait, did we do 157?
Oh, my apologies.
57.
My apologies.
57.
My
56 we did.
apologies. Consideration of a resolution to amend and revise the City of Milton right-of-way acquisition policy. Agenda item number 23157. Ms. Sarah Leaders. I don't have any more public comment.
Yeah, go for it. 1, 2, 3,
We're
4. We're good.
Rob,
Yeah.
public comment?
All right, this is a very quick one. I don't even have a PowerPoint tonight. So
What?
unusual for me, I know.
Notes here.
Yeah, Robin, take some notes.
All right, so in March of this year, we adopted a right-of-way acquisition process and policy. As we started to get ready to implement on a project, we found a way to streamline the process and reduce the number of executive sessions. So what this amendment does is it'll establish formal negotiating thresholds within the policy instead of authorizing them in executive session. And I'd be glad to answer any specific questions or show the red line of the policy, but that's the purpose of this, is to take our negotiating thresholds and put them in the policy rather than having to discuss them each time in executive session.
Any public comment?
No, sir.
Any council discussion or questions for staff? Okay, we'll close public comment and open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 23-157.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 23-157. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's 4-0. Thank you. Will the City Clerk please say on the next item?
Consideration of a resolution supporting an application to the United States Department of Transportation for safe streets and roads for all grant funding for supplemental planning and demonstration projects. Agenda item number 23158. Ms. Sarah, Mr. Rob DeRoss.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm going to keep this brief. I know we're all
Looking forward to finishing this up. This is a resolution and application for this year's Safe Streets for All grant. You may remember last year we applied for construction funding. Unfortunately, that wasn't successful. This is year 2 of 5 of the funding. We're going to be making a recommendation to pursue it again this year. I wanted to go over the timeline quickly, recap the local road safety plan, and give you our recommendation for the grant pursuit. I'm going to skip this slide. This is a timeline of where we are. Again, last year, local road safety plan adopted. We're at a resolution to pursue tonight. Applications are due July 10th. The strategic plan element that the local road safety plan strive towards implementing a transportation infrastructure that meets current needs, accounts for future growth, and allows for residents to traverse Milton in a calm and safe and efficient manner. As part of the local road safety plan, there was a lot of public outreach. The plan identified these 6 emphasis areas. I'll draw attention to one of them tonight. Previously, there was a first presentation regarding the list of roads in the city's speed limit ordinance. We got some great positive feedback that you'll be hearing more information later in July. The 3 speed limit decreases that we requested to the state DOT were approved. So we'll be bringing that revised list of roads to you next month, along with a recommendation for 5 to 6 additional locations that we'll be trying again in round 2. Major priorities identified by the plan are on the screen. I'm not going to read those word for word. The plan was a little bit unique for the city. There were not specific projects identified. Instead, there were countermeasures and tools in our toolbox that Sarah and I, in scoping and programming transportation infrastructure, will try to be integrating into those projects, either in a routine maintenance project, as a standalone project, as part of a street corridor and intersection, or as a system-wide improvement across the entire network. Here is a list of those countermeasures that were identified in the plan, along with bolded identified in phase 1 of implementation. Here's our recommendation for what to pursue in the grant. You'll notice this is a smaller request than last year. The construction dollars, they call them implementation funds, those were very highly competitive. 1 project in the state received construction money versus 20 planning grants were approved. So we're going after the planning grant style application this time, looking for a project estimate of $1.25 million, $1 million of that being federal, 200,000 of that being taking advantage of an offer from the North Fulton CID, and 50,000 of that being city funds. Towards the bottom 3 bullets on the screen, first being additional safety analysis. There's a tool called a roadway safety audit that we think would be a great use of this funding, and along with additional concept development for 2 corridors, Hopewell Road and Freemanville Road. Item 2 is an ADA transition plan. That is federally required, something the city hasn't done, but we think what we know based on federal guidance would score very well for this grant, based on the, again, guidance from the White House about safe streets for all and equity being a very large component that's scored and weighted heavily. We think the ADA transition plan is a good idea. And a demonstration project third, looking at the installation of traffic calming devices to help lower speeds and increase safety at several of our roundabouts located around the city. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Councilman Cookerly?
Is there a cost associated with this?
There, if the grant is approved, it would require $50,000 of city funding to leverage 1.2 million of other funding.
Which is why you're asking for a resolution.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Any public comment? Or Councilman Moore?
Just a quick question. What's the posted speed of our roundabouts?
That's a trick question. Typically what we do for roundabouts is we'll put a yellow advisory plate for 10 miles an hour below the speed limits of what's entering it. So typically we'll put a yellow sign at 25. So that's posted at 25, but that's not a speed that can be ticketed based on, that's not a white speed limit sign, that's a yellow speed limit sign. That's just an advisory device.
So if the road approach and the road exit from the traffic roundabout is 40 miles an hour,
Typically, we would advisory plate the circle at 25.
so to an ex-law enforcement official, there's no way to enforce a speed limit in our roundabouts.
I don't think that's true. And I'm a current law enforcement official. I would want to look further into that. And I don't think we have any roundabouts where we're going in at 40 miles an hour. Wouldn't you go sliding out of the roundabout?
We are not designing circles to be traveled 40 miles an hour, correct?
No, yeah, there are some people who think they're a chicane rather than a roundabout, and they go through at a pretty good clip. But
Can I
the
get
reason I'm
back to
asking
you
these
on that?
questions is before we spend a lot of money looking for additional traffic calming solutions for our roundabouts that are supposed to be engineered to be traffic calming, I'd like to maybe talk about the concept of enforcement.
Let me just dig a drop deeper into that. I don't want to give you a wrong answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council questions? No? All right, we'll open it for a motion.
Make a motion, we approve agenda item number 23-158.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus, a second from Councilmember Moore to approve agenda item 23158. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. Mayor and council reports. Council have anything to report on?
No.
Hearing none. I don't either. All right, we will now adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and potential litigation. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Councilmember Moore and a second from Councilmember Johnson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. So moved. Second. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. There we go.
I'm just going to